That's not right. Okay, so hello, Happy New Year. It is 2026 officially, I guess all around the world and not just where I am here in Japan. Uh and today, what are we doing? We are going to be um we're going to be listening. What am I saying? Oh, no. Yeah, so we are going to be listening to some music today. We're going to be listening to all of what I consider to be my top picks 2025. The openings, just the openings, because I can't really be doing all of the openings and endings in one stream sitting. That's just way too many songs. I think in total I have 80 something if you include both the openings and endings. So we can only do one today, and I figure why not start with the openings? That just makes sense. And then tomorrow, assuming everything goes to plan, I will be doing the endings. And then again, also after that, the next day after that, I will hopefully be doing just a tier list. That one should be a relatively short stream. Hello, George the Monkey Drummer. You made it. Yes, you did. Thank you for coming. I'm just trying to get all these links set up and put into my Discord and everything. Here we go. Hopefully that works. Let's see. Okay, well, the links are also in Discord for people who want them. I mean, that doesn't that doesn't mean anything. I guess I didn't need to say that. But yeah. So, like I said, today we're just going to be listening to the openings because I can't fit all the endings in this one stream today. I've got things to do today. And yeah. So, the way that I have this set up right now is I'm going to be playing the music through my speakers, and assuming everything that I tested went over the way that I wanted it to, we are not going to be hearing the music directly on stream, just because obviously these are all copyrighted songs. I can't be playing them on stream and then just crossing my fingers hoping that the stream stays live. So ideally the mic doesn't pick any of it up. You might hear some a little bit of sounds, but I will have a player on screen somewhere around here, and you'll be able to see at least what time I am in the song, and then just kind of follow along on your side. And then I will also put a little image so that you can see what the show is from, or what the song is from the show. Because I'm just going to be reading it at the beginning and then maybe talking about it a little after that. But yeah, I don't actually know how long this is going to take. I think the playlists that I've linked are about hang on, did I actually link those? Yes, I did. Okay, so yeah, you can listen along on not Twitch, on YouTube Music or on Spotify. Either one will work, at least for today, the openings. Tomorrow, if you're gonna follow along for the ending stream, there is one song that wasn't in the endings on Spotify. Um, and I kind of understand why. There's no words in that song, and it's just instrumental track that they put in the end. So I do understand why it's not on Spotify, but for at least for today, everything should be fine. You can choose whichever one you prefer. And tomorrow, I would recommend the YouTube Music playlist. But yeah, let me just open up these things so that I know what I'm talking about as we're going through. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so there's that, there's that. It's a little bit too far over. I'll move that. Okay. But I hope all you guys had a good 2025. Mine was pretty average, just plain. And I hope you had a good New Year's. Hopefully everyone's feeling not too hungover or anything. I don't know what you guys all got up to. But yeah. So this should be set up now. Also, let me know if the levels are a little too loud. I guess in through the stream you're only going to be hearing my voice, and then you're gonna have to control the actual music levels on your own. I did forget to say Happy New Year's. Yes, Happy New Year. I guess I only said that right at the beginning. But yeah. Okay, so why don't we just jump right into it? So the first track. So we're going right from the start. We're gonna start with Winter of 2025. Happy New Year. Yes. So we're gonna be starting from Winter of 2025, which feels like a lifetime ago. I have actually listened to most of these songs all the way through. That doesn't always happen, but just because it's been a full year and things just come up in my playlists while I'm at the gym or just, on the bus or whatever, I have heard most of these songs all the way through in their full versions, not just the anime opening version. So, let's see, let's make sure this works. So, our first track is the opening from 沖縄で好きになった子が方言すぎて辛すぎる or okitsura, which I am forgetting the English title. I only wrote the Japanese title for most of these. Dai Dai Daisuki by HY. So that is the Okinawa show. So let me just pull that up. So if any of you watch this, I thought this was really cute. So I've got the player just right here, and you'll be able to follow along with the time that I'm listening to it. Again, hopefully it shouldn't be getting picked up by the mic so that I can leave the stream up. Otherwise, we will just have to figure something out. So yeah, why don't we just get right to it? I'm gonna make sure my speakers are not super loud and exploding here. So here we go. Nice shamisen, or Okinawan shamisen right at the beginning. Classic HY kind of sound. I vaguely remember this, but it doesn't actually sound much like HY. If you're familiar with them, they're quite a well-known band here in Japan. They've been around forever. And I quite frequently sing their songs in karaoke. No, 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 no. Just a nice, happy song. Na, 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 na. Slightly unexpected little minor progression in there. Right here. Na, 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 na. Not that it doesn't fit, but yeah, sounds good. I do like this constant piano. Da, da, da. Na, 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 na. It is just like a nice feel-good track, you know? Nice little slowdown, a breakdown. Oh. Ooh, okay. That's cool. That was a nice little sort of offset from the music and the lyrics there. It's really nice arrangement, like well sort of thought out. There's a lot of good layering with the different sounds. Oh, and I didn't even notice the little synth sequencer thing there at the end before. So, yeah. I think good start, just like a nice, happy track. I don't feel like I have a ton to say about it. It's been a long time since I heard that track, so I honestly kind of forgot how it sounded. I forgot how a lot of these sounded. Um, but yeah, no, HY is one of my favorite Japanese bands, and they're always like doing some really good stuff. I guess I haven't listened to them any of their newer stuff in quite a while. This would probably be the newest song I have heard by them. But yeah, obviously captures the Okinawan vibe very well with that the shamisen. Or I guess it's not called a shamisen in Okinawa because it's a different their version of a shamisen. But yeah, no, very good sound, and I am glad that they got HY to do it because they're probably one of the biggest Okinawan bands in Japan. There are some other artists like Amuro Namie who did a song, I want to say back in 2017, Hero, which was absolutely gigantic here in Japan. But yeah, no, just a good way to sort of introduce Okinawan style music and all of that along with the show that was kind of trying to introduce Okinawan dialect and all that. So yeah, again, I don't have a ton to say. Just a good overall good song. I will be back in a second. It is freezing in my room and I want to put a jacket on. So give me 1 second and we will get on to the next track. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's very cold. It's actually snowing today, or at least it was snowing earlier when I looked outside, but it may have stopped by now. Not that you guys care. So anyway, yes, that was the first opening that we had, and now we are going to move on to the next one, which is the opening from Sakamoto Days, Season 1. So, which is Hashire Sakamoto by Voundy, who is just fantastic. He's been great consistently over pretty much the entire time that I've been listening to him. So, yeah, I kind of forget how this sounds, but it's Voundy, so I trust him. So let's get to it. Yeah, I don't remember this like at all. Interesting chords. Interesting chords with what the melody is. Ooh. A little bit jazzy there. Nice. Also, the nice key change from that opening bit into this verse. Ooh, I really like that note. Good build, good build. And a classic cutout right before the chorus. I think this is a yeah, this was definitely a key change. Ooh. Let's turn this up a bit. Mm. Ooh. Okay, I've never heard this part. And Hi, Happy New Year. Ooh, I really like this build. It's such a good build. Okay, okay, okay. It's weird how much I forgot this song. Like I made sure to keep track of everything I was listening to and liking over the year. But I am an opening and ending skipper, I will admit it. Okay, solo section? Kind of? Kind of. There's nothing really at the I guess the guitar's kind of at the forefront. Ooh, nice panning there. Okay, okay. I mean, just a classic, such a classically, like, super well produced sound from Vondi. Okay, and then kind of a sudden ending, but it doesn't feel off from what I was expecting it to. And then I vaguely do remember what the opening kind of looked like in terms of the video. So yeah, just again, generally a very good Vondi track. It's not my favorite Vondi track, I'll admit, but just a good song overall. I think it had some really cool chord progressions in there. Obviously, it opens with that sort of I can't even remember how the opening sounds. I guess it's more similar to the chorus than it is to the verses. Uh, but then in the verse too, you also had that very jazzy opening, or not opening, but that melody with you know that slightly that flattened note there, and then um just overall, I think that where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. But yeah, no, Vondi always does some very interesting things. I think he kept it kind of safe with this track. Not that that's a bad thing, you know, playing it safe and doing something that just generally sounds good is always going to work, and especially for something as big as Sakamoto Days was, I think it was a pretty big show. I honestly didn't pay attention to much hype from any show this year, so I've kind of been out of the loop on what's big and what isn't. Uh, I mean, maybe you guys could have predicted that when I had no idea how big. What's it called? The thing that won, uh, anime of the year and stuff. I again, solo leveling. I honestly had no idea how big that show was because it just isn't in Japan. But getting off topic. Good Vondi song. Again, also not a ton for me to say on it. It had some cool production things. There was that one little bit where it panned from right to left, and that was cool. But yeah, why don't we just move on? So the next opening that I've got lined up here is the opening for Akyakureijo Tensei Oji-san, which is Choose by Cider Girl. Cider Girl, also just another classic, amazing band that I actually, until this song, I hadn't heard much from them in a while. I think they had done one of the Komi-san openings or endings. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think it was the opening, and that I had picked for my top pick of the season of that year, which, assuming everything goes well with this stream, I think I might go back to seasonals, but doing streams instead of edited videos because those edits took so long to do. Uh, but that's off topic, and yeah, no, Cider Girl. So let's get that going. So I'm gonna play again. For those of you just tuning in now, the playlist that I can't play the music through the stream itself, so you're just gonna have to follow along with the playlists on your own desktop or whatever. And then you can see the time, where we are in the songs on screen here. And yeah, you can just follow along that way. So I'm gonna hit play, 3, 2, 1, and it's gonna get. That started a lot more suddenly than I was expecting. Ooh. Oh. Always such good production by them. Hmm. I do vaguely remember this one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is kind of funny. This is like When You Wish Upon a Star vibes melody right there in the pre-chorus. Ooh. Ah, very classic Cider Girl type of sound. Na, 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 na. Ooh. I don't know how well you can hear, but there's a background synth going on that's just going wow 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 wow. And I think that's one of those things that just gives Cider Girl their classic sound. They've always got some kind of synth thing going on in the background, if not in the forefront. Ooh, what was that rhythm? That was a little... I wish I could follow along with what he was saying. I can't understand Japanese well enough to always follow along with lyrics in songs. Ooh. Just such a nice arrangement. Like, so many different layers to it. They've got the horns, you've got the piano. Obviously, you have the band set up with the guitar and bass and drums and everything. And then it slows down, but it doesn't feel so different from the part that was going, like, really fast right before it. And that fun synth is still going. Oh, there we go. Cuts out. That also ended a little quicker than I was expecting it to. But yeah, no, honestly, I always have high expectations for Cider Girl. They always do like crazy arrangements and production. And honestly, I would put them up against Vondi in terms of production levels. Definitely in this case, Cider Girl, I think, had the tighter, cleaner production, which I've kind of come to expect from everything I've heard from them. It always has this kind of vibe where it's mixing a sort of, I don't really know how to put it, like an almost nostalgic kind of synth vibe mixed with their more rock band style thing. And it's a really good mix, especially the way that they managed to do it. Whereas Vondi is always just kind of experimenting with different genres. He writes pretty much everything. But in this case, I think because he played it so safe, Cider Girl has a more interesting safe, if that makes sense, because this is also kind of like safe Cider Girl type of track, because it's the style that they always kind of write in. But yeah, I think it's really cool the way that they mix those old school sort of video gamey synth sounds with the rock band setup, and then Vondi's song was just a little more safe. I keep saying that, I need a different word, but for now that's the word that I've got. Anyway, but yeah, just like really great stuff right there. I don't know how well it fits the actual vibes of the show. The show itself was pretty funny, but I don't know that it necessarily was doing anything super out there. Um, or not out there, but going out of its way to make sure that it sounded a lot like things that were going on the show. That said, from what little I remember of the lyrics from when it was airing, I do remember the lyrics are quite in tune with what the actual song, or not song, what the show was about. So I feel like in that sense, it doesn't really matter as much uh what the arrangement and everything was going for. But yeah, interesting stuff. Also, what I've noticed with at least these two songs, the HY song in the beginning, not so much, but the Vondi song and the Cider Girl song, they both did something where the first verse uh just did kind of its own thing, and then the second verse was completely different. Assuming I'm remembering correctly. But the first verse for this one at least, yeah, it was sort of like sing-song rappy, but like very fast. Whereas that's what happened in the second verse for the Vondi song, and yeah, and then this one had the fun little pre-chorus bit that was kind of like wish when you wish upon a star melody. Just really interesting ways of mixing things together that just kind of worked. And like I think that Disney-esque sound for that pre-chorus does actually tie a little into what this whole show was about. Yeah, just overall fun stuff. I think again the production was probably the cleanest we've heard so far, but we're only 3 songs in, so let's keep going. And the next song is the opening, the first opening, I guess, or just the opening for part 1 of Dr. Stone, Science Future. This got really confusing when I was trying to make the playlist because I wrote it down as opening 1, but I guess there was only one opening because the next opening is for part 2 of Science Future, but it's opening 1 of part 2. I don't know. The anime naming things get really confusing when you're trying to make them like this. So anyway, yes, the opening for part 1 of Dr. Stone Science Future, which is Casanova Posse by Ali. Ooh, okay, that went a lot faster than I was expecting it to. Nice kind of jazz standard. I really like this vibe, this sort of big band mixed with a bit of like rock undertones. Ooh, an old-timey ragtime. That's just what a cool mix. Ooh, love this swing. Does it sound like this because this is when they introduced the casino on the ship? Because what is the vibe for this going for? And what does it have to do with Dr. Stone? Like, great sound. Absolutely fantastic. Just, what does it have to do with Dr. Stone? And this part feels a little less swingy, a little bit more straight. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. And then we get the ragtimey vibe again, mixed with the slightly more rapped vocals. Ooh. Ooh. What is this instrument? This soloist. It's not a flute, it's like a recorder almost. I guess a bamboo flute of some kind? What a weird soloist. Whoa. Hey. Cool call and response. And that kind of gave me some Dr. Stone vibes. I'm not really sure why, but it felt very Dr. Stone-ish right there. The call and response between the singer and the male chorus, I guess. Ooh, cool piano line. Now it's not doing as much. Oh wait, no, there it is. Okay. Yeah, no, like I guess I've been thinking a lot more about how performance aspect of the like keyboard and piano go, just because I've been doing a lot of more band stuff this past year, so noticing the piano line, it's very cool. It's got that ragtimey vibe the whole way throughout. Oh, slow breakdown. Just very cool stuff overall. I just can't really do. Really great writing. Like holy, that arrangement is crazy. The big band and everything. I don't have the track credits here, so I don't actually know who wrote all of that. But damn, that was really well written, really well composed and arranged. Just all those, just the constant horns going all the way throughout. I mean, that's just an amazing sound. And again, I don't really know how well it fits Dr. Stone. There was that one section where they were doing the call and response between the singer and that male chorus, I guess. But other than that, uh, the only thing I can think that ties to this sort of big band type of sound is the fact that they had the casino on the ship, which I don't remember if that lines up with this part of Dr. Stone. And then I guess just generally, because they're going to America, America is like, jazz like originated there, so I guess you could say that this swingy jazz big band sound fits the old-timey aesthetic of America. I don't know. I'm really stretching for ideas as to why. Either way, it doesn't matter as much. We're really just listening and trying to sort of judge the songs on their own. If they're fitting, then obviously that is also a very good thing. But yeah, just the songs on their own. This one might be my favorite so far, honestly. Just I love this vibe, this jazzy, big bandy sort of vibe, and I think it just like I think it sounds great. I know jazz is not the most popular style of music, especially for anime fans. I'm not entirely sure why, but who knows? It is what it is. I made that complaint on a different video when it came to like Spy Family soundtrack or something. But yeah, um, amazing stuff there. All like super well arranged. Great like mix of ragtime with the big band swing. Having that jazz standard sort of falling bass line, walking downwards, doom 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 doom. Uh, and then yeah, just I guess there were also some like interesting vocal things that he was doing as well, just mixing the way that he was like kind of shifting between singing and rapping. I guess he doesn't really rap, but there's sort of a more talking style of singing, if that makes sense, in that second verse there. And again, I don't really remember this track at all. So just hearing it again, uh this far on, like I guess almost a year later after I would have first heard it. Just really great stuff all around. So, why don't we move on to the next track, which is the opening for the opening for Zenshu. Uh Zen by Bandmade. Also just an amazing band. All of these except for maybe the next one that I've got lined up, I'm really familiar with all the bands. They're also all quite big in Japan. So yeah, let's just get to it. Opening for Zenshu, Zen by Bandmade. 3, 2, 1. Pretty slow start for a Bandmade track. And there we go. There's the drop. Dude. I was gonna say it seems a little bit like relatively calm for a Bandmade track, but I guess their verses do usually sound like this. Ooh, I did really like that descending sound too. Chromatic descent. Okay, this part is also feels a little bit slower than not slower. What's the word I'm going for? A little bit calmer than your average Bandmade track. Ooh. Okay, I do really like that descending sound though. Ooh, really interesting lead guitar part. There we go. Oh, I love this chromatically descending bass. I do also love that they're also like every single time in the pre-chorus, or not pre-chorus, but like going right into the chorus, just cutting out to have the drums do that little thing. I will say I actually enjoy the verses a lot more than the chorus for this song. Oh. Oh, she's such a good singer. What's her name again? Klupo? I think it's her soloist name. Classic Bandmade solo. Ooh. I don't know what it was about that little section right there where I was said, ooh, it felt like the bass, they just turned the bass levels up a lot in the drums, so you could really feel the kick. Really nice flow in this. They, like, everything just kind of, like, leads well into itself. And then another sudden end. We're getting tons of these just like big cut off ends in these songs from Winter. I'm not sure what that why they all seem to end that way. Not that it sounds bad in any of them, but just the fact that they're all like boom end. But yeah, no, really nice flow for this track Zen by Bandmade. Just the way that everything flows into each other, even with the cutout going into the chorus, you know, you cut out and you just have the drums going, and it sounds just like, oh, so good. All Bandmates. Again, I'm not even like the biggest fan of this style of music, where they're almost going for a metal aesthetic, just not necessarily with metal style vocals. And yeah, no, again, I'm not like the hugest fan of metal in general, but when I hear Bandmade, there are specific bands that do styles that I wouldn't normally listen to, and something about the way that they are able to do it always just kind of like gets me amped up. I guess Bandmade would be one. Another is Hitsuji Bungaku doing their more indie style of pop rock, which I'm not really the biggest fan of outside of them and maybe a couple other bands. But uh, yeah, no, Bandmate always just gets me like, yes, let's go. And this was even for like kind of a bad show too. It was not that good of a show. Um, I don't necessarily think that this is the most fitting opening for the show that it was. I might only be saying that because the song is so good and the show was so mediocre, but uh, I guess there are some aspects that you can feel like, the intensity of them always fighting off the weird monster things that were in the show, uh, and the intensity of this track. But yeah, I can't speak too much to the specifics because again, metal is a lot to analyze, and I do not have the time or the mental capacity to do that right now. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm definitely gonna have some trouble picking what I think the best for even winter is, let alone the entirety of this list. But I don't want to keep going on too long for this. So let's just move on to the next one. So the next opening is the opening for the second opening for Shangri-La Frontier Season 2, because that was the part that was airing in winter of 2025. And that was Frontiers by Awich. I don't know how you pronounce that band name, but this is probably the not probably. This is the only band that I'm not really familiar with in, at least from what I've got listed on my winter openings list. So let's hear how it sounds, because I don't remember this one at all. Probably will once it starts, but let's see. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, there we go. I remember it now. Intense chorus. Oh, okay. No, I remember it so well now. Such a like an interesting mix. Ooh, love how heavy this drum beat is. Triple it, triple it, triple it. What an interesting mix. Hip. This is. Ooh. Mmm. I really love how they're putting her vocals at the forefront, just like making sure that the arrangement is actually quite sparse. Like here in the chorus, we've got a lot of different layers going on, but what a weird mix. We've got these like intense Attack on Titan style vocals mixing with her rap, and also these industrial electronic sounds. Oh shit, I messed that up. And now we're going a lot more chill vibes for the second verse. Ooh. And just these like rapid fire lyrics out of nowhere, just going crazy. Mm. It is really interesting just how slow this beat is. Because we're capturing all the intensity from like all the other elements, but it's just like constantly just like very slowly moving along while everything else is kind of like, I guess you're getting pushed along with a lot of the Okay, that was shorter than I was expecting. I didn't think it was going to end right there. Oh, and now you're seeing what the next track is, but that's okay. I guess that was also sort of a cutoff ending, so we're just continuing that vibe of cutting things off quite suddenly at the ends of these songs. Yeah, damn, that was ugh, I completely forgot about that one. Like, as soon as it came on, I knew what it sounded like, but just completely left my mind for the entirety of the year. But yeah, I'm kind of what do I even what can I say? There's so many just like so many things getting put together in that track. It reminds me almost of I guess Libere Me from Hell from Gurren Lagann, the opera track mixed with the rap. Obviously very different styles because this is more of a almost church-like choir doing sort of this kind of vocals that you would have heard in like Attack on Titan openings and things like that that Revo was writing. And then in the very beginning they also had like a soprano soloist doing like a really high line. I would not be able to even attempt to sing that. I don't know how present that was throughout. I'm sure it came back in other parts, but I really liked the way that they kept actually changing up what the mix was throughout the track. So in the beginning you had like this very choral thing, and they slowly introduced like the drums and things like that. So it was just da, 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 at first with just the chorus, and then you have her filtered vocals just coming in with what you want to be and things like that. And then it just like it was a very interesting way to like bring things in, but then they kept messing around with the combinations throughout the rest of the song, so everything felt like one coherent track, but it was constantly changing, and it was just a very cool way to progress everything in that. Obviously, if you're not a big hip hop fan, then this is probably not your cup of tea. I love hip hop music. So this is kind of the type of thing that I really like, and especially the different ways that she was rapping, just like very different styles throughout. I don't know if there's, again, because I'm not familiar with Awich as a group. I'm not sure if it's just her or if there's multiple members. There might have even been two rappers, because it sounded like her voice changed for the second verse, even going from that slow, calmer style of rapping into the sudden like rapid fire thing for the pre-chorus. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, I will definitely be checking out more of their music in the future, because just amazing, just great stuff all around. Such an interesting, eclectic mix, and yeah, overall, like really, really impressed by the way that one sound, given especially how sparse it was throughout most of the song. But anyway, before I go on glazing that one too much, let's move on to the next opening, which, as you can see, because it's already on screen, is the opening for Orb Kaiju by Second Action. And I did a whole opening video analysis. That was not the right combination of words. I did a whole analysis for this opening song, as well as the first ending song for Orb. So you can find that if you want to, but where's the thing that I was trying to find? There it is. Okay. Yeah. And so hopefully I will keep my thoughts on this short. I've heard this song so many times. I've sung it at karaoke so many times just because of the opening. I don't think I'm going to be able to time it, because it's just, we'll see. Let's just get it started. I'm going to try and time this as best as I can. So 3, 2, 1. No demo. No, I missed it. Nano demo skebu kono kurai yo. I forgot the words after that. I do actually, I had to buy the score for this, the band score, because trying to transcribe some of the things in this track were insanely hard. I think this probably has the best sung melody for out of the winter openings so far. Oh, just so good. Such a good song. adding in the that sort of guitar in the back. And I love how it changes here. It just like changes style back and forth because there's almost no reverb here. Not no, but and then here there's tons of reverb as it's like reflecting on everything, and then it's out. We're back to the forefront again. Oh, such a good melody. Holy. So good. And Sakanaction, I think this is their first Annie song. Like their first being such like a big band in Japan, because they took off with Shin Takarajima. Also an amazing song if you haven't heard it before. And then we get to the choral part. Na 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 na. I do love how it's got this like running. I guess it's a synth actually. It's not a guitar. Oh, so many, like always so many layers in their songs as well. I know I've said that for quite a lot of them, but this is like a 6-person band and they have so many ways of just like mixing all of their different skills. No, 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 no. Then we get the cut off. And I always get the timing wrong on this. Oh, God, I missed it. No. Can't say no. I do really love how, like, it just builds up from his voice in the piano like it was in the beginning. 3, 2, 1, go. And they just come back in like no chill. It's just like completely drums going crazy. You've got all these like the guitar layers, and I don't think there's any synth layers actually here. There probably is somewhere in the background. Na 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 na. Oh, just so good. And this also has somewhat of a cutoff. It does fade out with the piano, but it's gonna come right here, the cutoff. No, no, no. Dun 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 dun. Oh, just so good. Like what an amazing song. And like I don't know if because I don't remember all of the other songs that we're going to listen to, but I don't know if I can say that it's the best song of the year, but goddamn, is it just, it's so good. And like, again, I did a whole video on it. I don't want to get too into it because if you want to know my full thoughts on the song as a whole, you can see that in the video, but man, just like, there's so much good stuff to say about kaiju, and like just the way that they have managed to like mix all these different layers. Again, not as interesting, I would say, as the previous song we listened to, just because that one was crazy with what they were mixing together. But in terms of like just having all these synth layers, all these guitars with different, not your typical sort of effects on the guitars, because I guess the sound that Sakanaction goes for a lot of their songs is not sort of like standard, I guess, pop rock or anything like that. They're always like making sort of like these sort of, how should I put it? I guess the sounds they're using are a lot of like psychedelic guitar effects for not that style of music, which is a really interesting way to sort of like make this unique sound that I feel like Sakanaction has, especially with a lot of their hit songs, like obviously Kaiju and the other one I mentioned, Shin Takarajima. you can really hear the similarities there, even though the songs themselves are just like completely different and just and like the melody for this easily the best one we've heard so far out of these one, two, three, four, five, six, seven tracks. Easily the best sung melody by far. I mean, you guys already know how much I love that opening. Just no demo, just so good. And like, I don't know how they managed to do that. I don't know how they've gone this long without having ever been asked to write an anime opening, but goddamn. So I guess that's the end of the winter openings. If I had to pick my favorite right now, because I don't actually, I mean, I think it's not really a a competition here. Orb's opening, I think, just like completely takes it. But let's pretend like Orb is not in the competition. Between the other six, which one would I say? And that's a tough call, actually, because I like all of the other songs that I picked, which are not that many to be honest, only 7 from this season. If I had to pick those other ones, I like them all for very different reasons. I would say it's not going to be the Okinawa Okitsura opening, just because as a song itself, it's probably uh, as unique as it is, given that it's sort of an Okinawan style pop rock song. It's not the most musically interesting in terms of what they're doing with the arrangements and things like that. It was kind of just a pretty standard song and not really even the style that I would expect from HY. Uh, but still a good song. I think also not the Vondi song because that was he played it pretty safe. So it comes down to the opening. So that one being Sakamoto Days. So not Sakamoto Days opening either. So it comes down to Akuyakureijo Tensei Oji-san, the Cider Girl track. Dr. Stone Science Futures, Ali. Probably not that one either. Oh wait, no, that's the big band one. Okay. Maybe I should think about this for a bit. Um, hmm. Well, I mean, if you guys have a preference, I don't know which ones whoever's watching right now, if you were here for all of them, or if you're just ignoring my commentary and just listening to all of these on your own. Let me know which one you thought. You can type it in the comments or whatever in the chat. Um, I think I mean, again, like obviously for me, Kaiju takes this one easily. But if I don't count Kaiju, let's say second place, what would second place be? I think honestly, it comes down to Akiakureijo Tensei Oji-san Cider Girl song, Dr. Stone's Casanova Posse. Probably not the band made track just because as good as it was, it's not even my favorite band made song. Uh, so between those two that I mentioned and the Shangri-La, because that one's just such a wild mix. So one of those takes second place, but again, Orb's opening, Kaiju, just no competition. So, with that out of the way, here, I'm gonna, in my little thing here, I'm just gonna highlight that so that I remember. Edit. No, not edit. Oh, not that either. Highlight in green. Okay, now I know that that one won. So yeah, Orb's opening, definitely the best for winter, and we'll see if it how well it fares against all the other tracks from the rest of the year. I think it fares pretty well considering I still remember it. Uh, so anyway, let's move on to the next opening, or next season, I should say too. So the next opening is the opening from Kowloon. What was the title? Why am I forgetting it? Kowloon Generic Romance. That was dumb of me to not write the title in its entirety in my file here. So let me just type that out. Kowloon Generic Romance, which is Summertime Ghost by Suyobi no Campanella, with their I don't know when the singer for Wednesday Campanella changed, but they used to be a rap hip hop group, and they have since become just a more standard kind of poppy electronic pop artist. It's weird that they completely changed their style after the singer changed. So anyway, I won't comment on whether I like the older style or the newer style better because I don't actually know them that well overall. So let's just get to it. Uh, so we're gonna start in three, two, one. Ooh, ooh. Okay, super clean mix right out the gate. Ooh, okay. Really interesting rhythms. Cool melody too. Just that really high jump up as we fall down. Really simple mix. There are a lot of elements to it. Doubling her voice. Okay, I kind of forgot how it went. That opening melody is not repeated for the chorus. But I do like this. It has sort of like darker sort of vibe to the melody. I do kind of like that it just feels like a constant onslaught. And the layers are constantly just like being added in until there's more, and now we've got this really fast sort of like synth sound. A clean way to sort of wipe all of it. So many interesting rhythms in the way that she's singing. Ooh. Slightly different melody for that one. Again, like she constantly is switching whether she's singing on the backbeat or like the main beat. As in putting her emphases on them. Ooh, nice build. Interesting that they like I would have expected more of a riser in that build, but they just didn't really have one until the very end of it. But yeah, how do I explain what I mean by this constant onslaught of just like she like almost doesn't even take a break while she's singing. Until like this part, but yeah, the chorus is just like ooh. And then another kind of cut off end. But they did lead out of it so that the ending part made sense with that style of a cut off ending. So I think that one's probably has been the most smooth ending, I guess, if I can call it that. But yeah, no, wow. Again, like I was saying, they have the artists, Suyobi no Campanella, just completely changed their style after changing the singer, who was initially a rapper. But then they still have some of those rap like elements in it. So obviously when she's going through the verse, I guess maybe not that part, but like some of the parts that were parts prior to that. So the actual verse itself, and then I guess that's the pre-chorus. So the verse itself had some of those still like rap elements, but they definitely have changed the sort of the backing arrangement and production that they would normally have done when they had their purely just like rapping lead person. But wow, yeah, no, I did remember how that one sounded, but I wasn't expecting it to wow me as much as I remembered, because for whatever reason, I guess when it was airing and I would hear it come up, I didn't have too many strong feelings, but hearing it now just on its own without the visuals or anything, I feel like it was a lot more visceral, which is not what you would expect. Uh, and I'm not entirely sure how I should explain what about it felt so visceral. I think part of it was like the chorus just being like on and on with those lyrics, and I don't say that in a bad way. I mean, like, it just feels like, whoa, there's so much coming at me in that song, in the chorus of that song, that it's like, wow, this is crazy. Uh, but yeah, my mind's a little jumbled. I don't really know how else to describe what I'm feeling right now. So let's leave it at that. Maybe I'll, if I have some more thoughts later, I'll come back to it again. Like I did with Winter, where we just came back at the end and talked a little bit about each one. There are also more tracks for Spring, and it's only going to increase from here. So yeah, that was the first one that we had, and so now let's get to the next opening from Spring of 25, which is the first opening for Witch Watch. Oh, wait, hold on. That didn't work. The first opening, let me try that again, for Witch Watch. There we go. Which is Watch Me by Yoasobi. Was this the one with the amazing Actually, they both openings were amazing visuals. So yeah, yeah. Let's just get to it. So I'm gonna hit next in 3, 2, 1. I kind of forgot how this one sounded because the second opening is so strong. Like, I remember it so well. Ooh. Ooh, really cool melody in that synth solo. This might be a weird place to admit it, but I'm not the hugest Yoasobi fan. They always make really fun music. I mean, there's everything about what's going on right now is wild. There's a lot of stuff happening. And we've just completely changed style right here. What was that pre-chorus? That was insane. But back to what I was saying, yeah, I don't know what it is about their music. I'm always just kind of like, it sounds good, but I'm not that into it. This one I'm a little more into. I don't know what it is. I think it's the style of it. It has a sort of old school game sound almost. I think it's the sounds of the synths they're using in the back. Ooh, that was a fun rhythm. For this, going for this thin sound. Filling it back out again. Ooh. This reminds me... That reminded me a lot of the Komi-san ending. Koshaberi Biori or something. Ooh. Brrr. Definitely the first pre-chorus was a lot crazier. Just like, what were those layers in that first one? Oh. I do really like the vocal effects that they use for her, because like there's, I mean, like obviously the production is always very clean in Yoasobi tracks, and kind of a cutoff ending. I guess that's just the style now. For the way to end songs, just do like a very quick little outro thing and then just cut it off. But yeah, anyway, what I was saying, they always have very, very clean production. Again, I can't remember if they're just a duo, like just of artists, Ikuta and the other guy. I feel like I might have said in a previous video at one point that they're brother and sister. I don't know if they are or not. I don't think they are, and I might have been mixing them up with someone else. Uh, but either way, the producer for Yoasobi, like just incredible, amazing. But I mean, I guess it's not a but. He the all the things that they do with her voice, the effects when they choose to bring in certain effects, like the chorus effect on her voice, or maybe just doubling it, or adding a filter and then cutting it out, and then just like adding layers and effects to her voice that make it change throughout. So there's this sense that even when the things that she is doing are not super interesting, like I would argue that the melody in this one is not particularly interesting, but because they're doing so many adding so many different effects throughout the song, it sounds like things are changing all the time. And her voice, it feels fresh. There's something fresh about it because they'll add in, a layer of harmony, or which is, that's a pretty standard thing. Everything they do in it is standard, but I think it's the timing of when they're adding all these effects in and taking them away, the combination of all of them. It's always just like really smart, and I feel like this might be one of the songs where you can really hear that because the arrangement in the back is not going so crazy and intense, like say, for example, in Idol, where there's just like a million things happening all at once, or like the Beastars opening and things like that. This one feels very just easy to listen to and easy to distinguish what's going on, which is nice. And then also it has that cutesy fun vibe that really fits with the show as well. Again, we're not really judging it on that criteria, but I do think it is worth mentioning, because yeah, some of these songs don't necessarily fit the show as well as they could. Again, I'm not necessarily following along with the lyrics as we're listening, just because my Japanese is not that good where I can always follow along with lyrics in songs. But yeah, really, really nice. Just like nice song. I do think I will argue that the second opening I think is better, but that's for the next season, so it doesn't get counted against the spring season. So yeah, just overall really nice, really fun, and really a great song to like hear all of the different things that are happening in all the different layers. So with that said, let's move on to the next opening, which is the opening for Shinjike no Kodomo Tachi. Uh, yeah, I watched this. I didn't enjoy watching it. I knew it was gonna be trash going into it, but I didn't realize how trash it was gonna be. um, yeah, but honestly, I don't actually remember what the song sounds like. I very much remember the visuals because it probably has. I mean, like going up against Witch Watch is kind of like a weird competition, very different style of visuals, but the visuals for this one I thought were like just incredible. So, um, yeah, but I don't really remember the song. I do think the song was very good though, so why don't we just get to it? And if you're just tuning in now, because I can see a couple people have come in since I have been going through the spring ones. So again, if you're just tuning in now, like it says above my head, the playlists to listen along are in the description, because obviously with all these copyrighted songs, I can't be playing it through the stream itself. And hopefully my mic has not been picking up too much of the sound coming out of the speakers. If it is, I guess you guys wouldn't know either because you'd be hearing the song. So hopefully this is just going to be a very weird stream if you don't listen along because it's just gonna be me like bopping my head to nothing and kind of like going ooh ah whoa listen to that and like all these weird things that won't make any sense without the actual track being played along with. So yeah, ideally that's what this stream looks like, even though it's gonna make me just look really dumb. But that is the life of streamers most of the time, which I'm not a streamer, but you know, I like doing it from time to time. Anyway, getting off topic, let's get to this next track. So I'm gonna click next in 3, 2, 1. She said the thing. And unexpectedly heavy backing band for what her voice seemed to imply. Okay, kind of a standard J-pop, J-rock sound here. But I do like the prominence of the piano. You don't get that in a lot of these kind of band setups. It's very, like, at the forefront. Not Cherry. Are they a group? Because there's definitely more than one singer here. Little bit of harmony. Oh, whoa, like crazy cutout there. Completely different type of beat as well. Like, what is this like? What are these almost not blast beat, but like these double kicks going on? This is like, why is this so heavy? So I don't listen to a lot of baby metal, but I feel like this is what baby metal feels like, with these sort of cutesy idol vocals mixed with like really heavy arrangements. I just feel like the arrangement sounds amazing. It's just like, why is it so heavy? Interesting choice for that cutout too in the pre-chorus, because it's like they cut out everything and leave like a bit of like the tail end of the sound. Ooh. Ooh, that was a nice run. Understated chorus. Cliche number 1. Are we also going to get a key change for the final chorus? Not yet, but it still sounds like it's building, and I can easily picture it happen. I do love the way they're changing the beat, though, every time. And I still don't understand this, like, double kick. It's so intense. And it doesn't need to be this intense for what it is. Ooh, really nice piano flourish in there. Yeah, they really wanted the piano to not shine, but like have an interesting time being in the arrangement. All these cutouts though, they're like really intense cutouts. Like I guess in the mixing process or the mastering at the end, they just were like, we want. Oh, finally, oh wait, just kidding. I was like, not a cutoff ending, and then they let it ring out, and then they cut off the ring out, which is a little bit weird, but okay. Wow. That was a bit of a weird mix. I'm not gonna lie. That was way more intense than I was expecting it to be, given the not the lyrics, but the vocals, because the vocals were kind of your standard J-pop, almost verging on idol sound. And Nacheri, I don't know this group. I don't even think I've heard of them, but I'm assuming there's at least two singers in there. I think there were three. There could be more even, but I don't, because I don't know the group. Actually, I'm a little curious now that it's come to mind. And not Jerry. I do want to see who they are. Oh, it's just two of them. Okay. Um, two of them. Who are they? Oh, it's a voice actress unit. Wait. It was announced that Nacheri would suspend their activities on March 31st, 2026 and go on indefinite hiatus. No! I mean, like, it doesn't matter. I don't know who they are. Tanaka Chiemi and Murakami Natsumi. What have they done? What have they voiced in? Tanaka Chiemi. I'm going on a wild tangent here because I'm like not even talking about the song. The song itself did sound great. It just, I think the visuals were better than the song itself. She is a Love Live. She's whoever Dina is. I haven't watched any of the new Love Live things. She was in Sakura Quest. Oh my god, that's so old. What is Sansha Sanyo? Apparently I watched that too, but Sansha Sanyo. I'm going on a wild tangent now to try and figure out what this is. Uh this just looks like a cute girls doing cute girls show. Um Sorry, my bad. I do. Okay, so I don't really know who this girl is, but she's clearly a big Love Live voice actress, and I'm assuming Murakami Natsumi is probably also a Love Live person who has not had too many roles. She's in Aikatsu. She's in I don't know what that is. Kaminoto. Oh, she was in. She has zero favorites from her role in Kaminoto, Tower of God. Yep, she's a Love Live person. Okay, so they're both Love Live people. That's why I don't know the voice actresses. Let me see. Let me see. Where are we going? Okay, but yeah, no, that arrangement was just so intense for what they were singing. Like, again, their singing didn't sound bad. Uh, it was not bad singing, and it was not a bad arrangement. It was just a very weird mix that I can't seem to get over. Uh, and you would think that, compared to something like what we heard earlier, the Shangri-La Frontier opening, where it was like, intense choir vocals mixed with rap and this like weird electronic backing beat that was like really heavy and really slow. That was probably the weirdest mix, but in its eclecticness, it sort of worked. Whereas this one, I was just kind of like, I don't remember it sounding this heavy and this intense. Again, it might also because I have these speakers, which they're not old speakers. They're just like from uh my old setup in my parents' house that I didn't have access to getting these speakers until I went home just recently. So now that I have them, I guess maybe it's making everything sound like super heavy and intense, but also the mix too, like the way that the drummer was doing the double kick in the chorus is just that's really funny to me because this is not the song that really seemed like it would call for that kind of a beat. Uh, so I don't have too much to say about the song as a whole. But the piano. I really love the presence that the piano had in this because it wasn't necessarily at the forefront. It did have its moments, like in the very beginning, where it's just da da da, and then she comes in with her line like da 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 da. Um, but even throughout, you could always kind of hear it playing, which I'll admit, with the piano, you don't necessarily always uh, hear it just because it's mostly a supporting role. It's just adding texture, helping to fill out the harmonies and whatnot. So here, being able to hear it the whole time was actually really interesting. A really interesting mix. But man, that the heaviness of the band setup with the sort of light cutesy idol vocals, weird, weird mix, and not quite eclectic enough for it to be in the same vein as like baby metal or something. It just felt like it was trying to be baby metal almost. I don't know if that's the vibe they were going for. Either way, it sounds good. I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't sound good. It made the list because it did sound good, but I think it didn't work as well as I remembered it working just when I was watching the show. Anyway, those are my thoughts for now. Maybe they will change as I have more time to think about the song, but let's move on to the next opening, which is from season 2 of Aharen-san wa Hakarenai. What is that in English? I don't understand Aharen-san. Uh, Again, yeah, Aharen. This one. Season 2, I don't even know why I watched season 2 of this. I barely remembered season 1, but it was cute, I guess. But the opening is Binetsuma by Zutomayo, who are also a very good group. So let's hit next in 3, 2, 1. Whoa. What a contrast. That opening bit. How do you even write that opening bit? It's just like a crazy descending piano mixed with like a bunch of other things just doing random shit into a cappella, and then this kind of pretty standard vocal, or not vocal, verse. Zutomayo. They're not a group that I like. I like a lot of their music, but I can never remember what they sound like when I just think about. Where did this rap come from? What is this arrangement to? What the hell? What was that? They're certainly catching my attention. It is kind of fun though. This chorus does have that sort of like it has an organized chaos to it. Like you can hear the piano is still kind of doing like weird things, but it's all like put together. And then you get this, and I like, what is happening? And what is this beat? Okay, whoever arranged this, like, wild. Because I don't even know how to explain what's going on. Because this is so, like, just standard J-pop right here. Like, there's nothing interesting to say about it. And this, like, okay, this is where the rap was in the first verse. So, weird. The first verse was more interesting than the second verse for this song, which is the opposite of what almost always happens in Japanese songs. Again, we've got that sort of organized chaos, mostly following the piano again. We've got kind of like a groove with a little, like a beat that's a little more intense than just like a nice little group. Ooh, what is this rhythm? Oh, wait, let me hear it again. Oh, she didn't do it again. What? She didn't do it again. Do it again, do it cool. I don't know what that rhythm was. It was really interesting, and she didn't repeat it. Ooh, I do like how this understated chorus sounds here. Cool bass line. Such a cool bass line. And I just want to hear it do its crazy thing at the end again, because that was, yeah, just wild stuff. Oh, a little more organized at the end there. Except that it had, like, weird glass breaking sounds and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot. That was... Ugh. That opening like that chaotic bit. I'm like, how do you write something like that? Because obviously they had to have someone perform it. I don't think any of that uh craziness would have been just done by step recording. I think they actually had someone like playing that to record, and I'm trying to figure out like what do you write for that, because it sounded kind of like just a chromatic falling, but like with a certain style of piano. I don't know how to explain it. And then you have like these horns doing this weird thing, and the guitars and everything just kind of making these crazy chaotic sounds, and then nothing except her voice, which in this song she was going very, very like breathy tone almost. So she's kind of quiet throughout the entire song. So not one of the more intense in that sense of Zutomayo songs. But then also she had that one rap bit that just completely changed. Like there was no transition into it or transition out. It was just like doing her little verse thing, and then suddenly and I I don't know how to process this song. I completely forgot how it sounded because I vaguely remembered the craziness that happens at the beginning, but I did not remember any of the rest of it, and especially that rap part. I don't think that they left that in the opening version of the song, the 90-second version. So that's there. There's a lot to say about that, but like I'm having a lot of trouble just like processing the song as a whole. So uh yeah, I want to say something about it, but there was a lot going on there that wasn't flowing into itself. It didn't sound bad, but it was just kind of like, here's a new thing, and now back to the old thing, and here's another new thing, and here but now we're back to the same thing, and this time we're not going to throw in a new thing, but you're going to expect us to, and like just yeah, a lot of like weirdness, I should say. Very weird song, but still overall good. I don't think that's going to be my favorite from spring, if I'm being honest. Sorry to anyone who wanted that one, but yeah. Anyway, let's move on while I can still kind of think. So the next opening we have is from Arumajo ga Shinumare, Once Upon a Witch's Death, Drops by Sakamoto Maya. Love me some Sakamoto Maya. And if I'm remembering right, this is a slow opening. So we're going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Ooh. Really nice piano. Ha, 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 ha. I love that the piano is sort of just like an effect. It makes it feel very sort of like twinkly and magical, and then obviously you've got the bell tree there. But the guitar is makes it feel very intimate as well because it's at the forefront too. Ooh, nice cutout. Ah. Ooh, okay. Nice sort of gradual progression to have like it felt very gradual building into this chorus, and then like even though it's completely different like beat wise and like arrangement wise from the beginning, it feels like it flowed into it really well. Ah. This is an interesting melody in the guitar because it doesn't feel like it's coming out in any other part. This hook. Hmm. Classical style. It's going a little longer than I thought it would. I thought they were going to introduce the drums. I mean, they have, but they're still being very understated. Ooh, and then just like, oh no, it was a cutout, but with piano. Uh, Very interesting to have a chorus that's just like that goes that long without words because it's a chorus, right? So, I mean, obviously the chorus is supposed to be the part that you sing along with. Is that a chorus or is it a pre-chorus? I guess it's a pre-chorus. I don't know. It is a bit of a weird mix. Her voice is getting drowned out by the instruments a little bit. But I do love how they bring it together with the chorus in the chorus, I guess, like having her and the chorus meet up at the bridge. Different chords than I would have expected for that bridge. Guitar solo that if you had told me that this song was going to have an electric guitar solo based on the opening verse, like I would have had it, like how would they add that in? But here we are. Second bridge. Oh, the piano effects. Such a simple effect too. Just like adding a bit of echo onto them. Echo and chorus. Okay, now we're mixing everything together. Because I don't think those chorus bits continued in the chorus, in the previous choruses. Nice melody. I do like the chorus melody. Oh, she put words in it this time. Ooh. Yeah, I really like this guitar hook. Hooks are hard to write, like good hooks. And this one is just like, oh, it's so nice. And our first kind of like traditional build out to a song, I feel like. Wow, okay. If you had told me like so they did bookend the track, so we had the guitar and the piano doing their thing at both ends. But if you had told me like any of the stuff that happened in the middle was gonna happen based on just hearing like what happens at the very beginning, I don't know. I'd have a hard time believing it because like they sound both parts just sound so different. I mean, like it was a slow build in, which I find happens a lot with Sakamoto Maya's songs. Uh, they tend to write a lot of things that have her building, or not her, but like having the arrangements build into something more full and not intense. That's the wrong word, but like building into something that's more full textured and just grander, I guess is the best way to put it. So they'll have like a big grand sort of thing going on, and then um yeah, but it sounds just completely different from the rest of it. And that guitar hook, interestingly enough, doesn't feature in any other parts of the song except that when or not yeah, except when it's playing just like in that beginning section or the ending section or like post chorus, uh which you would think that with a hook that sort of like catchy, that do 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 do, you would think that they would feature it a little more in the actual sung melody or maybe in the arrangements melody, but no, it's just the guitar. So that was uh kind of interesting. I don't know why they decided to do that. I don't like it's not that it didn't work. I just with something that sort of catchy, you would think that they would add it more into the rest of the arrangement is how I should put it. But yeah, no. Really nice stuff there. Again, I don't think, not again, I guess, like I was saying for some of the other songs, I don't think that one is necessarily going to be my top pick for this season, but still a very good song. And yeah, so let's just move on to the next one. So following up the Once Upon a Witch's Death song, we have the opening for part one of Uma Musume Cinderella Grey. I think this one might take it, but we'll see. That's just what I'm saying right now. So the opening for part one, Cinderella Grey, Koeru by Alexandros. I have the second opening stuck in my head, not stuck in my head, but at the forefront. I know as soon as this starts playing, I'm gonna know it. So let's go. So I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Na, 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 na. The mix sounds a little weird in my speakers. Let me turn. Na, 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 na. Really like the guitars in this. Ooh. I don't remember this part happening. It's very like slow breakdown in the pre-chorus. But I do love the chorus for this. Na, 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 na. Oh, there we go. So, I don't have too much to say about the verse. I think the verse is kind of eh. Like, it sounds good, but this chorus, oh, I love the melody for this. The vocal melody is so good. I don't know what this is. This looks like a bot. The guitar, yeah, like I was saying before, the guitar sounds real. Like I really love the sound of the guitar in this track. Yeah, the lead guitar is like, it's so good, like such a great sound. That sort of thin, almost tinny sound, I should say, which usually you'd think would make it sound bad, but it doesn't for this at all. Drummer has also just been going crazy like this whole time, like a very good opening bit with the drums, like starting very slow and then just doing the cymbals. And now they're just kind of like just kind of doing what they feel like, and it sounds great. Ooh, okay, nice. Nice build into that. Get the blood pumping to watch these horse girls run. Interesting mix to have that opening line mixed with the chorus arrangement. Okay. So what should I say? I think this sounded a lot better in my head. And also when I was watching the show, I think mixed with the visuals, this song is absolutely incredible. But now that I'm listening back on it, I don't have like anything to say. The the verse is not that interesting, I think, is the issue. I love the chorus, absolutely love the chorus. Um, but again, I also just feel like there wasn't a ton of interesting things happening. It was mostly just I really like the melody and like I like his voice as well. But yeah, other than that, the actual arrangement is bad. It's just like kind of a standard band setup, and Alexandros always does these kinds of heavy pop rock songs. So their arrangement is a little more heavy than like just a standard uh, I guess they're more J rock than they are J pop, but yeah, I mean like it sounds good. Like again, it made the list, but slightly not disappointed, but underwhelmed, I guess I should say, for this one, because I went into it like thinking this is probably my favorite song on the list, for spring at least. But yeah, just kind of like it was okay, not amazing, just fine. Uh, yeah, I don't have much to say other than that. Slightly let down. Oh well, it happens. So yeah, let's move on to the next opening. Rock from Rock wa Lady no Tashinami deshite. Ready to Rock by Bandmate. So Bandmate has made the list twice now. I think there's a few other artists and bands and stuff that are making this list multiple times. Sorry, I forgot to change the picture. Yeah. So I think, is this the better of the two Bandmate songs that made this list? Let's find out. So I'm gonna hit next. In three, two, one. Ooh. Ooh. Let's go. See, this is a good use of the double kick, because, like, ooh. Okay, that opening bit, it was a little bit hard to find the groove in it. But this part sounds fine. I love that the guitar is just, like, constantly going. That lead. Heavy, heavy section. A little bit slower. Except that we've still got the double kick coming in. Not the best build in, but still like that it was cool. I kind of wanted them to do a little cutoff there. Okay, I think I preferred the other Bandmate song, but it's still Bandmate. It's still amazing. Ooh. Ooh. Crazy, like, what is this, like, rising guitar thing, too? Also just noticed what the bass is doing. The bass is also doing some crazy stuff. Not here. The chorus, not so much, but in the verse, it was like doo 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 doo. Ooh. I got distracted trying to get rid of that comment, and now, like, ooh. That was a really nice understated chorus. Ooh. Wow, okay, like really nice use of the cutouts there. Let's go. Oh, that is not where I was expecting it to end. But okay. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted in the middle there trying to get rid of that bot comment, but ooh, okay. So maybe I should take back what I said about the Zenshu opening song being the better of the two bandmate songs. Yeah, cuz like I think what am I trying to say? It did some unexpected things. It like they really made use of like cutouts in this track like to great effect. There was one spot where I thought maybe they should have cut it out just before the chorus because they had the pre-chorus build into it where they cut down to just the drums and the singer, I think it was, and then as it was building in, it just kind of like built in and then went. Where it felt like there should have been a cutoff, but I mean, hey, that's their choice. But oh wow, that was not what I was expecting. Especially like towards the end where they were making a lot more uses of it. Also, again, really great use of the double kick. I probably wouldn't even say that had the Shinji family children opening not also been using a double kick for not really any discernible reason. Um, but yeah, obviously with this style of music, it fits very well. And yeah, no, oh, what I was gonna say was the guitar part, that lead, just like absolutely crazy. Obviously, but like it kept going with that through most of the verse and even parts of the chorus. And then in that first post chorus as well, it had just like that really weird, like almost wonky sounding like rising line, and I'm not entirely sure what that was supposed to be, but it sounded good. I just wasn't entirely sure what they were doing with that. Um, and then the bass too. I only picked up on it at one point, really, and probably it was doing it throughout in different sections and verses and whatever. But yeah, it had some crazy lines as well that I just wasn't paying attention to because sadly the bass doesn't get noticed often in these kinds of things, even by like people who are listening for it, like myself. But no, even the bass had like a really cool part in it that just very impressed by. So yeah, like very cool song. Um, we'll see how it ranks later. I'm not entirely sure yet. I did also get distracted in the middle, but it's up there. It's definitely up there. So let's move on to the next song, which is the opening for Hibi wa Sugireru Meshi Umashi, Food for the Soul. The opening by what is it called? Sonna Monne by Asumi. I love Asumi. Very cute singer, both in terms of the way that she sings and her vocal quality, and then also her just as an artist. She is a cute person. Um, and also I love this show. You can fight me on that. It was probably my dark horse of that season. So, let's just get to it. So I'm gonna hit next in three, two, one. Ooh, interesting E piano under her voice. Oh, I do like, yeah, these rhythms, the triplets. Triplets. Na 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 na. Weirdly heavy kick, but not unfitting. Ooh, okay. Key change. I hear you. Na 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 na. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's just my speakers that are making the bass really heavy. Either way, doesn't matter. Sounds good still. Okay, the bass is doing some good, like, really good stuff in this, though. I do like this synth line, too. This is a fun hook. I do like that hook. And it feels appropriate versus the guitar hook from that other song. Boom. Boom. This feels very, like, warm and nice. This song, like, they've managed to mix a lot of, like, these very electronic elements, as you can hear with these vocal chops and things. But, like, the actual arrangement and the choice of instruments that are in a lot of these has this sort of, like, warm, intimate feeling. The guitar, the E piano, or is it a synth? I'm not sure. Do, 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 do. Just a feel-good song. そんなもんね. Oh, such a good bass line, like crazy. Not the track you would expect to have such like an amazing bass line in, but it's there. Okay. So, wow, okay. I was gonna say going into this, I mean, even now I still feel this way. The ending song I definitely like more than the opening song for this show, but man, this song was I remembered how it sounded, because I have heard this one in its entirety, um, since the show has aired, but I kind of forgot how a lot of elements went, and then I guess because of these speakers having more bass than I'm used to hearing through my headphones or anything like that, uh, I was not prepared to hear the heaviness of that kick as well as the bass line itself, the bass guitarist like doing some crazy lines in there and just like doing cool stuff that I would not expect in this song. I did have a mental note while I was listening to this. I feel like cute girls doing cute things shows often have some of the best anime songs, like opening and ending songs. It's not a hill that I'm willing to die on, but I feel like they're a lot of them can be very experimental with their arrangements and the things that they're doing because the shows themselves are not really about anything other than engaging in a new hobby or whatever, or like a new club or something. So in these types of shows, they're often just given a lot of freedom to make a song that just like doesn't do what you necessarily expect it to, and I thought that was really cool for this one, especially because uh I mean, this is not my favorite cute girls doing cute things show, or not show, well, also show, but song by far. Like, I probably couldn't even name what my top favorite one is, though I know there was a fishing one that I absolutely loved, and I'm forgetting the title of it. But if I were to see a picture, it's like yes, it's like Days at the Breakwater or something. I can't remember. But yeah, where was I going with this? Just a lot of really cool stuff that I wasn't expecting. That bass line, really nice mix of like cute and warm, intimate sort of instrument sounds, the organic instruments mixed with these more electronic and uh yeah, like electronic effects and like the vocal chops and everything. It was just like a lot of like very interesting things to mix together. Um that I wouldn't have expected otherwise. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Also, I really like the triplet bit in it. And every time I say triplet, I always go triple it. And I shouldn't, but that's how I identify the rhythm in my head. Anyway, ignore my rambling. It's the next opening is the opening from season 2 of Shoshimin series, Kaseijin by Yorushika. I think this is the first show on the list that I did not watch. I just heard the opening because Shoshimin series, I'm probably going to give it another chance. Season 1 was so boring. And I didn't even get through all of season 1. I got to the part where I think they were trying to figure out how the guy made, what was it, cocoa? Hot cocoa or milk? Or not milk, hot cocoa or coffee or something without using certain things. I don't know. It was a very boring episode, and I don't know what they were trying to accomplish with it. But yeah, anyway, let's move on to it. So I definitely don't know how this song goes because I would have only heard it by purposely searching it up. So yes, Kaseijin. Let's start it in 3, 2, 1. Just kidding, I do know this, but I've heard it outside of the show more than I have any association of it being in the show. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Kind of ska elements. Obviously not ska music, but like the elements are there. Very simple. I do like how chill it is. Yeah, I think I've heard this just so yeah. Ignore what I said about not knowing the song. I've heard it many, many times just without the context of knowing that it was the opening for Shoshimin series. This is a really nice hook too. The guitar. The lightness of it too. It all kind of comes through. It all has a very consistent feel to it. Which you would feel like is par for the course when you're listening to music, but like as you've already heard from a lot of these other songs in the list, this one is kind of an exception as far as consistent sound goes. Ooh, I do like that slight delay of the where they all come back in. Just real. Oh, there's a couple like really interesting chords in there. Is this a guitar? I guess it's a guitar, yeah, just like with a weird filter on it. Very cute breakdown section. Ooh, okay. Interesting timing on that as well. And one snap. One singular snap. Ooh, I like that a lot. Throwing it to the crowd. Ooh, what was that falling sound effect in the back? It's just very easy listening. I don't really know how else to explain it. There's not a ton going on that's worth really talking about. Yeah, that held chord that they go into right before coming out of the chorus is really nice. That suspended chord. Wow. How nice. What a nice song. Just, I mean, looking at the image of the show that I've got on screen doesn't feel like it fits. Also, just the nature of Shoshimin's series doesn't feel like it fits with what this song was. But I mean, what do I know? I didn't watch season 2 and I didn't even finish watching season 1. So maybe it's fitting, but as a song on its own, like very very good song. I don't think it's winning, but I will certainly keep listening to it either way cuz that was just like so just nice. Just a very pleasant song to listen to, very relaxing and very fun, and it had just like enough intrigue in it. I think partially because it was so simple, um in a good way, simple, because there weren't too many layers. It was just of it, like a almost like a jazz band, uh or at least the style. What is this style called that I'm like, the word is escaping me, but it definitely has just like a very easy listening vibe to it. And yeah, I think they didn't need to do more than what they did with it, and it sounded great. uh that's about all I can say for it. So why don't we just move on from there? Again, I don't think this one is gonna win my pick for spring, but also I'm definitely gonna keep listening to the song. It keeps coming up in my thing, and I think I have it saved in my personal playlist. So yeah, let's just move on without too many comments. The next opening is from Anne Shirley, and it is Yokam by Tota. I actually didn't watch this show until somewhat recently, uh, because not for any specific reason. I just didn't watch it until way after it had finished airing. Maybe not even way after, because it was a two-course show. So I guess spring and summer. Yeah, I watched it a little after it finished airing, I guess. Uh, and it was good. I enjoyed it. I've never actually watched any Anne of Green Gables related things, except for maybe when I was a very young kid and watched the original on TV or something. But yeah, no, it was a very good show, and I'm trying to remember how this song goes. I'll know as soon as it comes on, but yeah. Anyway, just because I think it's worth repeating, since I've seen a few people come and go into this stream. If you want to listen along, because I can't play the music through the broadcast itself, you're just going to have to go into one of the links in the description. There's a Spotify playlist and a YouTube music playlist. Either one works. For today's playlist at least. And yeah, so just pick whichever one you want. And then on screen, I've got the player, obviously, that shows where we are in the song. And I've also been doing a little countdown when I hit next to the next track. Just so you can follow along with me. I don't know how well it's going to sync up. I guess that is all dependent on your computer and your internet connection. But yeah, that's just how we've been doing it. No one seems to have had any problems with that. At least they haven't said so in chat. So yeah, let's just have it keep going this way. And yeah, so let's start the song in 3, 2, 1. Funny album artwork. Ooh, interesting sound effects in this one. I don't think I ever noticed those strings doing that in the beginning either. Probably one of the most singable melodies out of this group of songs. Not to say that it's the most interesting, but just that it's probably one of the easier ones to sing along to. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. I do like that they're mixing it. The whistling hasn't stopped being in the mix. It's continued to be there. It's a lot more subtle here, but it's doubling her singing. Hmm. Ooh. Ooh, these chords are different. Okay, slightly different harmony for that bit. Interesting, a little bit darker almost. Not dark, but you know, darker. I do like the swingy vibe of it too. It's just like, again, just like back to back, two very easy listening songs. Da, 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 da. There's a lot of elements that almost give it a bluegrass, like a bluegrassy vibe. It's not at all bluegrass music, but there's some elements that are coming in that make it feel like bluegrass. The fiddle is obviously also like adding to that, but you know. And then just completely different sound here. I've never heard this part. I've never heard this song in its entirety. This feels like a completely different song now. Different key for this understated chorus. But I do like the arrangement a lot. Because it's almost like we've gotten rid of the bluegrass elements. Yeah, now it like doesn't feel like bluegrass at all. Na, na, na. Okay, like very interesting way of changing the sound throughout. Mostly just for that understated chorus. And then that's a fun ending, like just having each thing end on its own, one after the other. That was fun. Yeah, interesting choice of instrumentation because I think what was giving it that bluegrass vibe was sort of the swinginess of it mixed with some of the instruments. I guess folky and bluegrassy. I mean, it is a show set in like what 1800s Canada, so that it does make sense that it would have a sort of folky vibe to it. But like the whistler and then some of the guitar elements just doing the sort of like muted pluck, the and the fiddle. There was both a fiddle. Oh, sorry, out of focus. Okay, there, back in focus. Yeah, the fiddle. Because they had a fiddle, but they also had violins, so that was an interesting mix as well. If you're not aware, fiddle, they're basically the same instrument. Just like when you're playing a fiddle, I think fiddle has a longer a longer neck, and then also you tend to play. You don't play a fiddle vibrato most of the time. It's all very just like flat notes, whereas violin, the playing style, you're gonna have a lot of that vibrato in it. But yeah, very interesting mix, and like again, it didn't sound like bluegrass music, but it had very like bluegrassy vibes. So I think that was really interesting, and then having it change a lot in the bridge, the breakdown section, to where it was just where it did just like play the chorus again, but without the bluegrassy elements. So it lost some of the swing, it lost some of the instruments that were making it feel very bluegrassy or folky, I guess. Just to change to a more J-pop style of music, and it was interesting just being able to hear that contrast. I don't know how intentional that was, or like what the intention would have been had that been intentional, but it did sound very good. And yeah, just an interesting way to explore different sounds and genres for uh, what is exactly the same song within the same song. So very cool way of showing some of those things off. So let's move on from that, and the next one is the last opening that we have from the spring 2025 season, and it is the opening for Mono, uh, Toki Hanate by Hashimero. She's gonna come up again later on in the list. I'm not sure. Oh, it's actually the very next song that she comes up. She might come up two more times then. Yes, she does. Okay, so she probably has the most songs that I have in this. But anyway, let's see. Oh wait, no, I'm misreading. It's not Hashimiro. Okay, sorry, I misread. So the next is the Mono opening, which is many memories. Yeah, should I say it Japanese? It's written in Japanese. Many memories, many merry memories by the Cinefotobu, which are the voice actresses. I don't have them listed off here because I couldn't be bothered. But yeah, the Cinephoto Club members, the voice actresses for I think it's the three girls, the three main girls whose names I forget. I also watched this show way after it finished airing. It was actually just recently. I feel like I watched it maybe 2-3 weeks ago, not that long ago. Not as good as Yuru Camp, but still a fun Yuru Camp style show. And the cameos were really carrying a lot of what I'm sure the hype was. So anyway, let's get to it. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. But a very Yuru Camp style song. Ooh, key change right away. Ooh, nice slap bass. I love the disco aesthetic too, having the strings in there. Ooh, and that nice piano. Ooh, okay, there we go. We get the rising key change for many memories. Ooh, I love funk and disco music. Oh, I don't know if I could really call this one funk, but it does have a lot of funk out. I mean, funk and disco cross over quite a bit. Ooh. Okay, it's definitely a funk disco style track. Oh, such good writing. Like, every layer is doing something different. Until here, where they come together to make it a little tighter. Have the chorus and the chorus vocals and the strings doubling each other, and the piano as well. And this nice rising, this rising feel. And so that we can do the nice key change rise. Oh. This is the quiet girl taking lead of the chorus. Sakurako, I think was her name. Ducka ducka Motown, do the Motown beat. Ducka ducka ducka. Really well written, holy shit. Ooh, da, da, da. Loving all the sevenths and stuff. And that was a key change, but it didn't feel off. It felt like it just kept continuing what they were already doing, so smart writing. I don't know how they pulled that off actually. I think maybe did it go to the same note? I don't know now. Oh, just so well written, so well arranged. And it doesn't sound too anime-y, even though it's just the voice actresses. Oh, what a fun ending too. Wow, okay, really good. Really nice stuff there. Ah, how fun. What a fun song. And then just disco funk vibes all the way. I'm such a sucker for that style of music. And just so good having the strings in there, the guitar opening. And there wasn't even really a hook, I would say. Like did that opening hook ever come back either? Because it was like sha da da da, and I don't know if they ever actually brought that hook back into it, even in the post chorus and stuff like that. I think that was only for the opening, which is interesting. Uh, Not uncommon, but interesting that that hook just never came back. Um, but yeah, the arrangement in there, having all the strings doubling the voice, and yeah, just the funk bass, the piano line, just everything really, really meshed together super well for this. So, like, amazing whoever the arranger for this song was, the arranger, the composer, whichever. Uh, yeah, I'm very impressed by that one. Again, all these cute girls doing cute things shows having the most interesting and like experimental types of music because they can again really just kind of go in almost any direction. Obviously, they're not going to do like super intense things. Focus on me. Um, yeah, they're not going to do like too intense of things because like that would not work with the show. Although now when I think about it, we had like Asobi Asobase, which that the ending theme for that show was what it was. So yeah, you can really just go in any direction with these, and it might not always quote unquote work, but I mean, because the shows are about nothing, you can just do whatever you feel like. And yeah, it just such good stuff. But now I guess I have to look over the spring ones and choose a favorite out of those. And there were how many did I have for spring? Because winter I only had seven. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 tracks. So that's not like a crazy number. Um Let's see. Kowloon Generic Romance. That was a really good one. Um did I say much about it while it was playing? I don't think I did. I don't think I made a lot of comments about a lot of these, but hmm. Well, I know it's not the Cinderella Grey opening because sadly it disappointed me. Um huh. Hmm. This one I'm not as sure about actually because I think some of the styles of music were more similar to each other than the winter ones, which all seven were completely different from one another. What did I like the most out of all of this? I may need to think about this. I don't even know if I have a thought. I don't think it was the mono opening. As much as I love that style of music, I don't think it did as much cool stuff. Though it did do the key change things, which I liked. And Shirley's was fun, good, easy listening. Kaseijim also I don't think did that much. Like again, easy listening. I've been continuing to listen to it without knowing it was an anime opening. Um, hmm. What did we like the most? Oharen-san, I think was a little too crazy. Oh, I do not want to give it to Shienji, the Shienji family children. I don't think that was the best one either, though. Witch Watch. I've already forgotten how the Witch Watch opening went because the second one is more what I have in my head. I actually don't know what I would give it to here. Actually, you know what? for the time being, we're gonna give it to Food for the Soul because I do like that one a lot. And remember, I don't know if I made a comment saying that I didn't think it was worth giving to, but I think that one did a lot of uh where this one was kind of more straightforwardly like, this is disco, we want a disco style, it's gonna be disco-y. um and like they rolled with that and like made it very funk and disco esque, kind of the same way that like Uticamp's openings were. But then I think Food for the Souls uh mixed a few different elements that I thought were interesting. Actually, is that my favorite? This versus, ooh, actually, no, we're not gonna give it to Food for the Soul. We're gonna give it to Kowloon Generic Romances because I think, just thinking back on it again, I think that was the one that had a lot more interesting aspects to it musically speaking. Um Okay, yeah, just sorry, just trying to remember how it went. Yeah, I think it had a lot more interesting elements, and then there were just a nice blend of different things. So this is all me just like thinking back on it in the moment too. When I used to make the video versions of these review things versus me just being on stream, I used to give myself like another hour or maybe even a week to decide which one was my like actual favorite. Um, and then form an opinion on why that was. In this case, I don't have the luxury of just going back and re-listening because we don't have time for that. So for the time being, we're gonna say Kowloon Generic Romance's opening, Summertime Ghost, is the best one. Which I do think it was better than the Yoasobi one. So before we move on to the next season, which are the summer ones, and this is where it starts getting into uh openings that I actually do remember, just thinking about seeing the titles and thinking about them. Before we get into that, I have to go to the bathroom and refill my water, so I will be back. But if you guys have any thoughts on the songs you've heard so far, which ones have been your favorite, and if you think I have missed any, because I have definitely missed some from like shows that I didn't watch and such, let me know. Type it in chat, and I will be back in a second. Okay. And we're back, and I have an orange. So, no one has said anything about what they like so far. So let me talk about the summer ones for a second because there are a lot more for summer and fall than I actually fall doesn't have that many. There are a ton for summer. Um, and you can't tell necessarily just based on looking because it's not indicated which season has which songs in the playlists. But summer, we've got well, here, I'll just say what the next one is. So I kind of already said it earlier by mistake. So the next one is Witch Watch season 1. Witch Watch's second opening, Toki Hanate by Hashimero. Um and that is the first one. So if you're looking at the playlist right now, that is the first one that I've got, and then the last one is Iris Out from Chainsaw Man. And let's see, how many are there then? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, that's 17 songs. So that's almost the same number as spring and spring and winter combined. And the reason for that is one, there were a lot of really great songs, but also two, this is when I started including songs that I was kind of on the fence about. I used to do that a lot for all of my older videos, as my seasonal review videos as well, where I would put in the ones that I was a little bit on the fence about, and then decide uh, maybe a couple days before I did actually film the video whether they were just going to be honorable mentions, or if I would actually listen to them on video and then make my comments and everything. And so this time around, because we're just on stream and I haven't gone back to re-listen to any of them, I've just added them in as things that we're going to listen to. So why don't we get to that? So I've already mentioned again the second Witch Watch opening. That's the one that I was saying was in my head, but now that I'm trying to remember it, I don't. So I will as soon as it starts playing, though. Actually, I'm gonna finish eating this orange first so that I can talk without having stuff in my mouth. But how's everyone doing? How's your New Year's been? How did you spend your New Year's? I actually came back right before New Year's. I landed back in Japan on the 29th. Was supposed to fly back to Nagasaki from Tokyo that same day, but I had to reschedule my flight for the next day because there was no way I was going to make the second one that was at the other airport in Tokyo. So I just stayed at my friend's house in Tokyo, flew out the next day, got in on the 30th, basically spent the 31st unpacking, and then went out. And then yesterday, it's the second here in Japan, so yesterday on the 1st, I went to a different friend's house, spent Japanese New Year's Day with them, which is cool. If you guys have never experienced Japanese New Year's, I guess it's more like Christmas for Westerners, which is like, family time and spending time with your loved ones. You don't exchange gifts, but here they do get money from their older relatives, usually mostly for kids, but sometimes older people will also receive money from their elders and whatnot. So yeah, and it's overall just a good time. I was hanging out with my band friends, so yeah, got to eat a lot of like amazing food, just so much good sashimi, and I don't even like oysters, but we were eating oysters, and I was like, oh man, these are so good. Cooking them right there. Controversial. We were also eating whale. It isn't the first time I've had whale. Sometimes we'll get it in our school lunches here, and I will never order it if it's at like a restaurant or something, or if it's an option that I can opt out of. I will never order whale, but like if it's already there on the table being served, there's like I feel like it's a waste not to eat it if it's there. Uh I have like that's just my thoughts on it. It's like it's already there being served. If no one eats it, it's just gonna get thrown out anyway, so you might as well eat it while it's there. Whale is okay. I like the in terms of flavor and like quality. I'm like it's out of not wanting to contribute to the killing of whales for consumption. That's why I would never order it. And then also, it's just fine, but I find other meats are better. I like fish, most fish better than it. I like other meats better than it, so there's no reason that I would ever order it myself. But again, if it's there, I won't not eat it because it's just gonna get thrown out if no one does. But yeah, we did that. We ate a bunch of stuff. Uh, just a lot of wholesome Japanese family moments and me trying to understand my friend's grandpa in his super heavy dialect, talking about stuff I didn't know about. Yeah, just a good time overall. Okay, let's get on to this song. So let's start off the summer seasonal openings. So I guess I'll also mention before the song plays if it's on my how should I put it? If it's on my it was my on the fence list versus my on the list, and the Witch Watch opening was on the list. And whereas yeah, no, I'll talk about I'll just mention it before we start each one. So again, if you're just tuning in now because I see a few more people than were there before, I can't play the music through the stream itself, just because it's all copyrighted music. So if you want to listen along, there are links to the playlists in the description. There's a Spotify playlist. There's also a YouTube music playlist. That's the one that I'm using. They're exactly the same for the openings, at least. So you can choose whichever one you prefer, whichever one you have a subscription to that makes it easier for you to listen, whichever one. And then on screen, I have the player just over here, and you can follow along with the timeline on it. I've been counting down when I hit the next button, so I'll go 3, 2, 1, next. Click that, and then if you click play or next at the same time as me, then presumably things should line up. You'll also be able to see all of the other songs that are in the list, so if you don't really care about my thoughts on them, then you can just see the list and listen to it on your own time or make your own judgments, whatever. See what I didn't include because I may have like not heard it or watched the show or just I don't know, not included it for whatever reason. So, anyway, let's get on with it. So, we're going to start the next song in 3, 2, 1. Each knee song. Oh, so this this just makes me think this spawned like so many TikTok things. I saw so many kids here in Japan doing the each knee some however it was go each knee some. They're doing a lot of it for this one, whereas what was it, the Watari-kun opening was just like the garbage like this, which is not a dance. Ooh. Technology. Okay, I will say I think I prefer this song to the Witch Watch first opening. Ooh. Okay. Going more rap style with it for the second verse. Adding some disco strings in too. Just for that one hit. Intense drums. But they're not like heavy, they're just intense, like chicka chicka chicka. The vibe is very different though between verse and chorus. The melody in the chorus, like I do like this hook for it, but it's not, overall the chorus is not that interesting. Okay, a breakdown that's kind of like the pre-chorus. Nice panned guitar effects too. And now we've got a guitar solo. Ooh, a very acoustic sound. Ooh, and that bass. Fun song. Hmm. The bass. Okay, now I'm noticing the bass line really late into the song, but they're doing a lot of crazy stuff too. It's really fast, and then switching styles too, because now he's doing slap. Oh no, not. Maybe there is a slap bass in the mix. Yeah. The style, yeah. There's probably more than one bass, because there's probably like the guy who was doing the slap bass as well as a synthesized bass. Yeah, good stuff. I guess I don't have too much to say about it. I guess the chorus, I didn't realize the chorus was that simple. And I say that in not necessarily the best of meanings, because there were, I mean, like, obviously, the arrangement and production. Anytime there's one of these more, like, electronic things where they've clearly hired on, like, a producer, like, a skilled producer to do all of the backing for the song, they are always, like, amazing, like, the work that they do. But I think compositionally, this one was not the best. Not that it was bad, but I didn't realize that the chorus was basically just da 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 times 3, and then da 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 da, which is a very straightforward, like rhythmically not very interesting, melodically also not super interesting. So yeah, I think where am I trying to go with this? It just it was less interesting than I expected it would be. I still think it's like I prefer it to the first Witch Watch opening, which again I'm not I can't remember how that one's I just think I like this one better, than not for any specific reason. I just like it. But yeah, slightly underwhelmed by this. Because yeah, I don't have too much to say about it. So yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is the season 2 opening for Dandadan, Kakume Dolchu by Aina the End. This one I was apparently on the fence about. I have heard it in its entirety as well, and I don't think I think this is, if I were saying it was I was on the fence about it, this would lean more towards yes, it deserves to be here, but we'll see, because a lot of times I'll hear the songs in their entirety and my thoughts change on them when I do these kinds of videos, or I guess in this case stream. So let's see how it goes. So yes, Dandadan oh, I forgot to change the picture. Dandadan season 2 opening, Kakume Dolchu, in 3, 2, 1. Nice rhythms. I like this. I do like the mixing of rhythms there. Her voice was a little bit off from the arrangement's rhythm. Key change as well. Very, very dark and heavy. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, super clean drums. This mix is so clean. Really nice melody. Nice use of like mixing rhythms. Yeah, syncopated rhythms. Sometimes syncopated rhythms over top of straight rhythms, and it's like really well mixed and thought out compositionally. Also just like a very clean mix too. Just crazy how clearly each part is coming out. I do really like this bass line. And now it's not there. Different bass sound entirely here. The underlying sort of low rumbly sound that comes out in that pre-chorus, it's really nice. Sentimental no koe. I've noticed multiple songs use the glass shattering sound now to lead into a understated chorus like that. Name, mote mote. They've really like her melody line really leads itself well into each part, even when it changes style, like when she's doing more rap style things or like I guess more intense things versus what she's doing in like the chorus. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't really like that piano hit at the end. That felt very out of place. But everything up until that point, very, very good. Just why the random piano, like, piano chord at the end felt, that was pretty cheesy. Ugh. But yeah, no, very good. Wow, that mix is insane. Especially compared to the song that we heard just before, because I mean that mix was also really good, but then hearing the next one, it's just like, ooh, clarity. Like the clarity that you hear every single layer, and you can hear each part individually and separate them, but like know how well mixed together they are. Whereas the one before, very like clean production and very good, but I felt like the elements blended a little more into each other where you couldn't distinguish them as well as this one, where it's just like, here's the drums, here's the bass, here's a different bass, here like the other elements and sound effects, here's whatever they were using. I wasn't paying attention enough to be able to pull out everything off the top of my head, but yeah, just very, very clear and very good. I'm gonna you know what? I'll like in. You guys can't see my list, but I've got the ones that are on the fence listers are in red. And I was gonna unread it, but that doesn't make sense. I can just highlight it if it does turn out to be my favorite. But so far, of the two, it's only two. Of the two we've listened to, it is the better one. So it's a contender right now for my favorite of summer. So let's move on from that. The next opening that we have is, oh, I mentioned it before. The opening for, or the first opening for Watari-kun no Nani Nani ga Houkai Sunzen. Yurei ni Naritai by Yuika. This was not a show that I finished. I think I watched one episode and maybe started episode 2 and decided I can't do this. It sucks too much. Um, if you guys watched it, let me know. Like, what did you think? Because I didn't hear anything about it. I know its mal score is a 6 point something, which means it's not very good. Um, and yeah, the fact that it got 2 cores, which meant it got 2 openings and 2 endings, I saw. I didn't actually go out of my way to listen to the other ones because I didn't care enough to. Maybe those ones were good songs. Like, the songs and the quality of the show don't always coincide with each other. Um, but yeah, no, the opening for this one, I am a huge fan of Yuika, so I think that's probably the reason I have it. But it's also was also an on the fence one. I think I probably mostly put it here because it was a Yuika song. So anyway, uh, once again, if you want to follow along, the playlists are in the description, and I have been counting down on these each time I press next or press play. So we're gonna start the song in 3, 2, 1. I don't know what else. I don't think they did anything other than this for the opening dance. It was just this and then this naked. Nice high pitch sound mixed in there. I'm gonna see if I can just do this the whole time. Okay, I'm tired of this. Ooh, okay, that was a nice build in. I actually really like that. And with that sort of sweep that went into it, the I'm really liking these bell chimey sounds. They pierce through quite a bit, so they probably would have had to really fix that in the mix so it wasn't too loud. So I can say up to this point, not Yuika's best song, but still a great Yuika song. Because most, if not all, Yuika songs are great. Ooh. Yeah, I'm really liking the way that they built this in. Yeah, oh, that little, like, ARP up. I think it's the only time that sound effect comes in, but it might be in the background here, just doing some flat chords, but oh, it sounds so good. Nice harmony. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ooh, is this a theremin? We've got a theremin in the mix? Probably not an actual theremin, but just a very, like, wavy synth. With a long slide. Breakbeat? Breakbeat? Interesting choice for the breakdown section. Ooh. Getting a little raspy with the vocals there. It is a bit repetitive. Maybe that's just because we got to a third chorus and not every song does. Okay, it does feel a little bit repetitive by the end of it. It's like, okay, I've heard it. Most of the ideas are the same, and they're not changing the arrangement up too much. to make it a little bit more interesting. That's a nice guitar hook, though. Yeah, okay. So I think this would be if I had done this in a regular video format versus this stream. This would probably fall more into honorable mentions over the actual good list, just because I don't think there's a lot going on there. Like, yes, I did really like the build into the chorus, but other than that, I don't think there's a lot to say about this song that makes it worthwhile to consider as like one of the top contenders. Obviously, I'm biased because I just love Yuika. But even, I can recognize that this is not one of her stronger songs, and it's also felt a little bit repetitive by the end of it. Like, I felt like we had exhausted the ideas that they had used, and they weren't trying to the arranger. They didn't try to, I guess, change enough elements throughout to make it so that we got something new. I mean, like, yes, we did get the weird filtered drum breakbeat section for the breakdown there, but other than that, everything was kind of the same arrangement. It was like verse, chorus, breakdown, which is different, and then chorus, which is the same as all the other choruses have been up until that point. So, not the best song that we've heard. I would still give that to Dandadan so far. But let's see, because we are only 3 in, and there are 17, if I'm remembering my count from earlier correctly. And the next one was not on the fence. This is a song that I felt deserved to be here. So the next opening that we have is the opening from Silent Witch, which is Feel by Hitsujibungaku. I mentioned much earlier in the stream that there are certain styles of music that I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, I will give everything a listen. I don't really care about genres that much. But something like, say, metal, I'm not the biggest metal fan. I don't really care. Punk is also something I'm not huge on. And then also indie. Indie is another genre that I just like. I don't really like that much. But there are certain groups and artists that will get me hyped about their music, even if it's not the kind of music that I would usually like. So, like I was saying earlier, Bandmade, I guess they're not, they're metal adjacent, or they're a subset of metal that's not like metal. But they make me enjoy like a style of metal that I don't is something that I wouldn't normally listen to. And then Hitsujibungaku is an indie group that I absolutely love, despite not really liking indie music all that much. So, yeah. Let's just get to this one. Silent Witch, also a fantastic show. Should not have gone as hard as it did, but I'm glad it did. So, we're going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I love the harmonies that they do. Because I forget the backing singer. Well, I mean, there's only 3 of them. Moika is the singer and guitarist. It's the bassist. I forget the bassist's name, but she does like super high harmonies, and it always sounds amazing. And then you've got the Grudge Monster, who is their drummer. Oh, Moika's such a good singer, though. Ooh. Her vocals, the vocals, gospel queen, who's singing indie music, though. Na 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 na. Like, obviously this is a studio version, so there's more than just like the 3 performers' instruments, because there are multiple layers of like guitar and like obviously some of the harmonies are like multiple harmonies instead of just like 2 people or 3 people. when the drummer also sings. But like the amount of sound that they've managed to get out of just the three of them is insane. Like their textures are always so full and it sounds so good all the time. I would love to see them live. I like every chance that I've had, I haven't been able to go. Ooh, okay. We're getting a bridge already. Early bridge. Na 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 na. Ooh. Ooh, those sevenths. Na 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 na. Fitting lyrics too, from what I'm picking up. I think one of the interesting things they do is they put a chorus effect on the harmony, but not on the lead vocal. So you get these layers, but like she's always at the forefront. Oh, listen to those harmonies, like how high she's getting with them though. It is on screen right now. This is Feel by Hitsuji Bungaku, the opening for Silent Witch. It should be showing up on screen. Yeah. If it's too small, I can make it bigger if you need me to. Yeah, it is. I've just got bad eyesight. Okay, well, here, wait. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I'll adjust it once the song's over. Yeah, I just don't want it to take up too much real estate, but yeah, if you can't see it, then that is an issue. Okay, so before I get into my thoughts, I'm just going to adjust this and see if I can make it a little more visible. Let me see. Oh, that didn't help. Ah, okay, I see what the problem is. Yeah, I can't really make the text much bigger. Oh. Oh. That's not what I wanted either. Whoa, what is happening? Okay, well, let's see. And let me move this a little bit. Make this part bigger. Okay, I can make it about that size. But any bigger than that, and then you can't really see... Actually... I guess I can go like that. Hopefully that's big enough to see without too many issues. I just didn't want it blocking in case I, for some reason, come over here. I don't think I have any reason to go that far over, but, you know, just in case. Let me put the text over top of that, though. Okay, yeah. So, again, I'll just mention it now since, I don't know when you joined in, but, yeah, if you want to follow along with the music, because obviously these are all copyrighted songs, I can't play them through the stream itself. So if you want to follow along, it's all gonna be in the playlist in the description. There's a YouTube music one as well as a Spotify one. At least for today's stream, they are both exactly the same. The endings, there was one missing from Spotify that just didn't exist there, so I couldn't include it in that playlist. So tomorrow, if you want to tune in for that as well, then I suggest using the YouTube music playlist over the Spotify one. But that's just one track. And anyway, so yeah, you can do that, and then you can follow along with the time thing there, just to see where I am in the songs. Because again, hopefully the mic is not picking up too much sound from my speakers, but you never know. And then the video would get taken down because they love doing that. But anyway, so that should be all good. So anyway, back to it. My thoughts on this song. So again, this style of music isn't one that really needs me to say too much about it. And what I mean by that is like, as good as it is, there's not really a ton that needs to be actually said. Like the arrangement itself is pretty straightforward. It's mostly just the vocals that had some cool things, then I think is what makes Hitsubungaku such a unique band, because the way that they incorporate like I was saying earlier, the harmonies. So the way that the bassist is doing all of the super high harmonies, and then also putting the chorus effect on her voice, or at least having her for the studio version record multiple takes of the same harmony, but then only having one monophony for the main melody, so that the singer Moika stays at the forefront without really having to worry about anything like giving her a sort of a crowd sense. She's always at the front, and then the supporting bits are always at the on the back end. So yeah, just something that I think is really interesting about their style of music, and very unique to them, that makes me quite enjoy their stuff. Also, there were a few little, like, not jazzy, but I want to say like a few little chords or parts in the melody where it didn't quite go up to the note that you would think it would, that just has it suspended and extending for a little longer, giving a little more anticipation to the next thing. So just really such a good song. But yeah, arrangement wise, their music is always fairly straightforward. There are exceptions to that rule, but I guess in terms of like how I usually feel about their music, this one was pretty standard, but with just such great vocals. So anyway, let us move on. So that was the Silent Witch opening, and the next one that we've got was the opening for Ameto Kimito, which is Ameto by Suzuki Mamiko. This was a show I wasn't even planning on watching. I might have even accidentally clicked on it and then just left it on one day, but the opening and ending for the show was so good. I think the soundtrack was also very good, but I'm not recalling any of it off the top of my head. Anyway, so if you want to follow along, just open up one of the playlists, and I'm gonna count down to me hitting next. So if you want to time that up with me, then you can, and it'll make more sense why I'm just dancing to nothing in my room. So I'm gonna start it in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, this is different than I remember it sounding. Da, 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 da. Very cool intro. Oh, there we go. What is this style? It's not bossa nova. It's similar to bossa nova, but not like mambo or something. I'm not super familiar with this style of music, so. But that intro was so cool. Wow. Ooh, and those rhythms. Ooh, marimba solo. There's something unique that we haven't heard in many, if any, Annie songs. Ooh, she's got really nice vocals too. Hmm. I think this has the same. I guess I have the same kind of comment for this as I do for the previous one, where there's not much to say about the. I mean, it's like a very completely different arrangement from the previous song, but because it's like a dance style. Ooh, let's go marimba solo. Very short, very short song, but ooh, so much flavor, so much character in such a short song, and like, oh, so vibey and very, very fitting with the style of this show, because this one was also just a slice of life, but man, it was like just a vibe, the show. Not my favorite sort of like vibey show by any means, but I think there was just like a lot to enjoy about it. Sorry, I'm just trying to edit something here and I'm getting distracted. Uh let's move myself over. There, that makes a little more sense. And now you can kind of see the whiteboard drawing that has not changed in however many months that's been the whiteboard drawing for. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, very cool arrangement and stuff. Just I am not super familiar with this style of music. Like I love it, don't get me wrong, but being able to talk about it is not my area of expertise, I should say, because this style of music is just kind of it's not something that I would typically choose to listen to, I guess. Not that I don't, again, not that I don't love it, but it's not something that I know super well. Um like I don't even think that was bossa nova. It was similar to it, but it didn't have that doom da da do da doom da da doom da. It didn't have that sort of groove to it. This one was more just doom do 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 do. So I don't know what is that in my head. I want to say mambo, but I or mambo, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Uh, but yeah. Oh, it's so cool though. I love it a lot, but also, in fairness to a lot of other things that I've said, it felt very unchanged throughout the whole thing. Like I did like the little bits with the marimba solo, and there were some cutouts where it was just her or just maybe her and like a couple other instruments. But aside from that, I don't think there was too much to comment on in terms of intrigue, my own personal intrigue levels as far as the song goes. I think I just like it. It's a vibe. It's cool. It sounds like something I would want to keep listening to, even outside the context of the show. And I think, I don't know if I've actually listened to this one all the way through before, but I will probably keep listening to it all the way through in the future. So, very cool song, very cool opening too. It sounded quite a bit different than the rest of the arrangement. I mean, similar, but the 90-second version just starts with her and the guitar doing that very simple melodic bit, the da 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 da. So yeah, just cool stuff all around, and I like it. So the next opening that we have from summer of 2025 is the opening for Kaoru Hana wa Rin to Saku, Manazashi wa Hikari by Kitani Tatsuya. Wow, that should not have been that hard to read. uh yeah, let's just get to it. So I'm gonna start in 3, 2, one. People who fell in love with him after Jujutsu Kaisen, do not discount this song. I actually prefer this. Do I? I like the chorus of the other one better, but I think I like the arrangement of this one better. Because those strings at the beginning, too, are crazy. Such a nice verse, too. I think better verse. Also the visuals, which I'm not playing, obviously, but the visuals for this opening were, oh, so good. Such good strings, and then there's also brass. Like, I didn't even realize there was a lot of brass in this chorus as well. Full-on pop orchestra. Oh, that's such a good transition into, like, a different, like, a completely different sound. And that's the end of the 90-second version, but, oh, just such a good way to transition. Because it sounds so different, but it's so smooth. Interesting drum rhythms. Understated chorus. I am liking this one a lot. Nice strings. Okay, I changed my mind. I think I do like this one better than the Jujutsu Kaisen opening. Oh, just such good writing, such good arrangement. I really need to listen better for that transition. I know the song's almost over, but that transition into this sort of like post-chorus bit, or like the build out of the chorus, is so good. How smoothly they go from the chorus melody into that da 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 da. Ooh. Okay, a little fast. I wish it had like had a little bit more of a tail end there, but wow, just such good writing. I love when like a pop orchestra just goes off and sounds amazing, because I didn't realize there were horns in this, and maybe I did, and I just not ever thought about it before, but man, with those strings and everything, just so good. And again, I can't get over how well that the chorus goes from the main melody into the build out. It just because it almost sounds like it's going somewhere else, and then it suddenly transitions into it, but it transitions in with the same notes that you would expect, so that your brain kind of like follows with where it's going into that post chorus, or not post chorus, the build out for the chorus. But then it just all works so well together, and I don't really know how to explain, because I kept talking over when it was happening. But if I were to listen to it more on my own time now with that knowledge, because I have heard this all the way through before, but with that knowledge, knowing just the way that it goes into that is just, I really want to dig into it some more. So that is something that I will look forward to doing in the future. But for now, let's leave it at that. That is a fantastic song. So we are going to move on to the next one, which is the opening for City the Animation. And this is probably, I think this is, uh, I think on my YouTube music Wrapped. So I don't use Spotify just because I'm not like YouTube does everything that I need it to. On my YouTube music Wrapped, this next song I think was my second most listened to song of the year. So I like it. Let's just put it that way. But is it the best one? My criteria is always different and kind of ambiguous, or is that the right word? Uh, it's there's not a lot of meaning behind how I choose which one I decide is the best one of a season or year. So let's just see how it goes. So yeah, the next song is the opening for City, the animation Hello by Furui Riho. Oh, I didn't count down. Oops. Hello, dear my friends. She's also become like my favorite artist. Not my actual favorite artist, but I just love everything that I've heard from her. And I've listened to, I think she was my most listened to artist of last year. After hearing her for the first time in this song. Oh, these horns! Her gospel background rivaling Moika's from Hitsuji Bungaku. Nice tone shift too there. And I love the sound effects that they've added, like some rain and water. Just so good. Everything just like flows and mixes so well together. Like, oh. This is such a good hook too. This horn hook. I think there's a synth line that comes in too that I really like. Yeah, this one that just doubles her voice. It gives it a sort of like old school vibe. And this is also a nice build-in. Just oh, such a good song. I love that there's a sense of heaviness in this chorus, and then also like in her lyrics as well. It's not heavy, but it's just kind of like, you know, there's a bit of like heaviness to the lyrics as well. So it really fits the aesthetic and the vibe. And it's just a very good feel-good song. Da da da. Na 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 na. Oh, such a good mix. Ah, oh, I can't get over it. No, 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 no. Oh, and they really use this hook to its full extent. Like, some of the other ones didn't use it as much as I thought. I can't remember the one that had that guitar hook that I thought could have been utilized a little more throughout. But this one, they really knew what they were doing when they arranged it. I mean, oh, just so good. And like again, after hearing this song, like she had went on to basically be my top played artist of the year. All of her stuff. I'm also a sucker for R&B, and she is in my head she's leading the R&B charge over here. Although R&B is also huge in Japan, uh, as well as like funk and a lot of styles that haven't died out in the West, but are not as prominent as I say they used to be. So like I'd say like 90s and early 2000s were sort of like the time for R&B in the West, whereas I think it's really taking off over here right now. And so like you've got artists like Hururiho, who's like just destroying the, not in a bad way, but you know, killing the scene. And oh, just this one especially. I mean, this track in particular is not really an R&B song, but her other stuff. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Yeah, everything in this track has been just so good, you know, like there's the you've got the horn hook that comes in like really strong, and then the piano line even at the beginning where it's just that sort of the slide down, the dun 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 dun, and it's really just doing mostly simple things, but it fits so well in the arrangement that it doesn't matter. I like the use of sound effects as well. They had the part where there was like, I don't know if it was rain or if it was just running water. Either way, cool sound effect to have for the part where she's singing about slightly more melancholic things, and just overall such a good song. So nothing but good things to say about it. There's nothing that I would want more out of that song. So uh before I go on too long glazing it, let's get to the next one, which is the opening for season 2 of Yofukashi no Uta, Mirage by Creepy Nuts, which was not as good as the opening for season 1, Yofukashi no Uta, but still very good and more like Latin inspired. So kind of a cool song too. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. I do like that intro verse, not verse. It's still the verse. Okay, this makes sense. Now I'm actually facing the things that I'm listening to. Hmm. Really well, like, whoever they got to play the guitar for this, like, really good guitar player. Ooh! Wait, what was that single accordion? uh, so I'll be the first to admit, I'm not the hugest Creepy Nuts fan. I think they make cool music, I'm just not... I I prefer other rappers to them. But this one is cool, very cool style. Okay, wow, that's a very short song. 2 minutes and 19 seconds, damn. Okay, I got kind of distracted in listening to that because I was trying to get myself turned around without flipping to underneath the player there. But yeah, I guess in terms of the song itself, I think it's very cool, but I don't have a lot of thoughts on it, if that makes sense. Like I just enjoy it. I don't think there's too much to actually say about it though. Mainly just because when I'm listening to it, it's like, okay, we've got the opening bit with the like pretty simple guitar at the beginning, do 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 do, and then them building in with layers and having the filtered voice doing the singing bits, which is a cool melody in itself, and I do like that a lot. Um, but then, as I was saying, I'm not like the biggest fan of them as rappers. Like, I think they're amazing rappers, or is it just the one guy that's the rapper? Either way, like amazing. Like the wordplay in some of their rapping is also incredible. Obviously, I can't figure it all out while it's just playing. I have to read the lyrics, but when I've read the lyrics and kind of gone through the meaning in them, they like a lot of them are like just insane what they're able to accomplish with wordplay and yeah, but I think just in terms of the actual sound of his style of rapping, I think like I've never really been the biggest fan. The exception being the first season's opening, which is Yofukashi. Oh wait, no, or ending, I guess. Yofukashi no Uta. Very very good track, and like the style of rap, I think probably because it was more breakbeat style, so they were going for the old school aesthetic, whereas this one they were going for a more Latin inspired thing, which also sounds very good, but maybe not my favorite song by them. And then also again, me not being the biggest die-hard fan for Creepy Nuts that I know a lot of the rest of the weeb world seems to be. But still very good, nothing to complain about. It's a very good song. It's just maybe not my favorite by them, that's all. So anyway, that was that one. Let's move on to the next opening from summer 2025, which is the opening for Ruri no Hoseki, Ruri Rocks, Hikari no Sumika by Yasuda Rei. I also did a full video on this on my channel as well, so I have a bit of a bias, though I don't actually think this is going to be my favorite of the season. Like, the video that I made on it is titled something like Everyone Ignored the Best Anime Opening of Summer 2025 or something. I don't remember the exact title, but I mean, that is it's hyperbole, and you've got to make clickbaity titles to get people to click on them. The number of people who've commented on things that I've written as titles, not realizing that it's obviously to get you to click on it, is, you'd be surprised how many people are like, wow, what a clickbait title. Like, yeah, obviously I want you to click on it. Anyway, so let's start this song in 3, 2, 1. I've forgotten the words already. When the bass comes in, it's so nice though. Like in that opening bit, it was there for that first note. Boom, boom. I love the folk aesthetic of it. Like I've made all of these comments in that video. If you want more of my thoughts on this song, because I'm probably not gonna have too many just in this stream, go watch the video. Oh, so good. Such a good singer. Like, I don't think I'd heard of her before this. Or if I had, I didn't recognize her from whatever else I had heard her from. Because I think there may have been another Annie song that she did. But so, so good. Not the cleanest mix. I mean, it's not clean, but something about it like really makes each layer stand out, and I think it's because there's a nice mix. Like you've got the low bass, you've got this like middling sound for the guitar, and then there are strings playing quite high up. Ooh, and the E keyboard doing some really nice stuff there. It's almost a solo, but it doesn't have enough time to be a solo, really. I also love when songs are in 3/4. Just such a different feel to them than like 4/4. Oh, just so good. Really good, like, melody line, but also just her vocals. She's such a good singer. Such a powerful voice. Really good mixing, too. Just, like, knowing when to bring things in, like, mixing the ha's in with these kinds of things, and then also that E keyboard solo. I have always thought that ending, though, where it just ends on the guitar, that single guitar strum, is a little bit weird. But other than that, like, I have no complaints about this song. I mean, the reason I made a whole video on it was because it was such a good song. And, I mean, this season in particular had so many good songs as well. I mean, like, again, I guess it's hard to count. It's hard to tell which was my most listened to song, because I think this might have actually come up as maybe the most listened to song that I had in my YouTube Wrapped, but that's because I was doing it for the video. So this versus like Hello, the City the Animation opening, just yeah. But okay, just great stuff. I don't want to say too much about it because I made a whole video on it. Great folk stuff, such a powerful voice, great singing. Really good melody line as well. Yeah, let's leave it at that. And move on to the next one. So the next opening is one that, so for all of these last ones that I've been talking about have all been ones that I definitively put on my list of like top summer songs. This next one is the opening from part 2 of Dr. Stone Science Future, Supernova by Kanabun. And this one was not even on the list. I think did I not like it? I don't know what about it didn't make the list initially, but I put it on just the other day into the sort of honorable mentions type section. So let's see if there was a reason why I didn't make the list, because it like very vividly stood out in my mind as one that I remembered. So yeah, anyway, let's see. Let's start this in 3, 2, 1. Rap, 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 rap. Oh, I do love Kanabun. Such a good band. And they're gonna do some punky... Or it's not rap, it's just like punk shouts? Not shouts, but you know. Maybe it just didn't leave that much of a first impression on me, but it grew over time, because I didn't listen to it that many times. Really good hook. I love this hook. Ooh, now it's feeling a lot more intense. Weird. I don't have a ton of thoughts on it. There's a lot going on. Oh, it slowed down, but the bass didn't. Okay, that was cool. Like having a slowdown for the build in, except that the bass just kept going like do 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 do. Na 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 na. Okay, the bass didn't really feel like it was matching with what was being played on the guitar there, and now they're just playing in unison. Hmm, very cool stuff here, though. Hmm. Oh, okay. A trick makes you think it's going to the chorus. That was kind of nice. Na 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 na. Da, da, na 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 na. Oh, ooh, what is this? Whoa, super like major section all out of nowhere too. Interesting. Oh, and now it, ooh, what a weird mix right at the end. Why did they decide to do that? Not that it was bad, it just like, oh, like that came out of nowhere. Okay, that was cool. Um, where would I put that one though? Because I feel like so one of the problems I have with a lot of Kanabun songs when I hear them is like I really like the style of it and I really think their music sounds great, but I don't have much to say on it because it's basically just it's pretty straightforward band setup stuff. Like they do some cool stuff within the band like arrangement, but I feel like I'm never super invested in it from the perspective of like are they doing something cool with any of the parts. Like a lot of times they what is cool about it is just the overall sound, which like, you know, that's important, but like for me I'm trying to pick things out that I'm like, "Oh, is like what are they doing here that makes it sound so cool? What are they doing here?" Whereas a lot of the music that I've heard from Kanabun is like we're writing to work together to make something that sounds good as a whole. And then even in this song there was a part where like the bass and the guitar were just like both soloing, but they it almost sounded like they were trying to solo over each other because they weren't matching, and then after that they just started playing in unison. So um hmm weird thoughts on it. Hmm I feel like this would go in honorable mentions, so I can see why it didn't make my list initially. uh I still think it deserves to be on here, but yeah, definitely an honorable mention pick over like a top song of the season. So let's not dwell on that too long though. So we're gonna move on to the next opening, which is the opening for ずっとボロ令嬢は姉の元婚約者に溺愛される 月食 by Kurage. And I was actually gonna make a video on this one, uh this song in particular, and I had started it actually. Like I had downloaded the song, I was getting ready to get everything set up for it, and I think I had started on the script and written like a very little bit of the beginning, and then the more I listened to it, the less I felt like I had to say about it. Not because I think it's bad, and I do think once I've heard the whole thing, like the full version of the song, which I don't know if I have. Once I've heard the full version all the way through, then I think um it's gonna get more interesting. Because it has a I think what I wanted to talk about that was so interesting is that it was like written in the Phrygian mode, or maybe not the dominant Phrygian, whatever it is that gives you that the Middle Eastern sort of flair, the Egyptian sound, as it were. Um, but yeah, and like it's interesting to hear something like that, especially in a song that you wouldn't expect that from. So anyway, let's get to it. This one definitely made the list. It's not an honorable mention pick, so let's get to it in three, two, one. So you have this kind of standard ballady type of opening. Na, 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 na. And then suddenly we're in the dominant Phrygian, and it's like, oh, that's not at all what I was expecting. Na, 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 na. Which I think you could tie it to the main character, or not Muddy, but I forget the name of her husband in the show, but the prince guy, the Duke, because he is from some kind of like Eastern country. It's just a very interesting way that they switch between this like standard sort of major section and then back to the Phrygian dominant, because it's not one that you would expect. You'd usually expect, if you're going to do something in Phrygian dominant, to stay there or at least do something kind of adjacent, or just like smoothly like move through the modes. Ooh, I love the choice of instrumentation too, though. Ooh, that was cool. But yeah, having the I don't think it's a sitar. It's some kind of Middle Eastern tar type instrument. No, definitely not a sitar. But that, I think there's a dulcimer in this mix as well. And then just the strings too. But then, like, this is so cool. You have like this screaming guitar over these like really pleasant strings and everything. Oh, just such a cool mix. Ooh. Low, very low. I didn't realize she could sing this low. Na, 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 na. When is it gonna come back to the Phrygian though? Because I wasn't paying enough attention in the second verse to remember if it did or not. Na, 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 na. I think we're gonna end on it though. Da, 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 da. Oh, so cool. Like the transitions between them though. Because it's quite sudden. There's not really like a transition between the major sections and the Phrygian dominant one, but like it works. Something about the way that they've done it seems to work, where they're transitioning or not transitioning, but you know, switching between the modes, and it's just it sounds so cool. Uh but yeah, I can't think of any other anime songs that utilize that mode. I'm sure they exist, and I just either can't think of them right now or I haven't heard them myself. But this is also not the show that I would have expected to hear it in. This being like a shoujo romance about dealing with mental anguish and abuse. and overcoming that through a good loving community. Like this is not, I mean, I think culturally, if we're being stereotypical, then yes, the style of music does fit the aesthetic of, I guess, the sort of Middle Eastern inspired region where the Duke guy is supposed to be from. But aside from that, it's kind of like, oh, are these is this supposed to be like a balancing act between her mental states as things change and then things get good in the chorus because the chorus is what we're leading to? Uh I don't know. But either way, just a very, very cool song. I love Kurage. She's so good. She one of her songs won my best song of the season many seasons ago, years ago even. What was it for? It was Kokyu no Karasu, Raven of the Inner Palace. Also an amazing song, and she sung in Chinese for parts of that because it's set in China. So cool. Chinese, English, and Japanese all in that one song. Amazing song that, yeah, deserved the attention. Before we move on, I just need to grab some more water and blow my nose because this cold is killing me right now, and I'm talking so much for someone who should probably be resting their voice. So I'll be back in a second. Happy New Year. I'd recommend the openings of I May Be a Guild Receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time, Medalist, and Apothecary Diaries Season 2, Opening 1 from Winter 2025. Also Fire Force Season 3, Gundam Gakooks, and Yaiba Samurai. No worries if you don't have time. Um, so I have a pre-made list already. Like these were just my picks for things that I picked out. Apothecary Diaries Season 2 Opening 1. I thought I had that on there, but I guess it wasn't. I don't remember what the song was. I know I've got some of the endings. Maybe both endings for Apothecary Diaries on here. But that won't be happening until tomorrow because today we're just covering the openings. The Guild Receptionist one I didn't watch, so I haven't heard it. Medalist I also haven't watched, but I want to. Fire Force, Fire Force Gundam, Yaiba Samurai Legend, all shows that I didn't watch, so that's the main reason why. Like I have to go out of my way to listen to songs, and sometimes I do. But yeah, for now, I'm just doing the list of things that I already had listed down. But I will take your word for it and give them a chance, maybe off stream. Uh, Gundam, at the very least, I do really want to watch that season. I'm not a big mecha fan, so I've only watched like one season of Gundam, which was the first season of Iron Blooded Orphans, and that's it. But yeah, a lot of these shows I wanted to watch anyway, like the Medalist I want to watch, Gundam. Samurai Legend. I feel like that was on my list, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Fire Force I gave up after season 1. But maybe. Now that I've got Fire Force on the mind, though, I'm remembering that. Oh yeah, the first season's openings, both openings were probably the best part about the show. Um, because that was basically what made Mrs. Green Apple explode in popularity, and now they're everywhere in Japan with Inferno, and then Cold Rain. I think because Inferno was such a good song, uh, Mayday by Cold Rain got overlooked a lot. But I really liked that. And again, like I've been saying, I said earlier in the stream, I'm not the hugest metal fan. But they're another band that I really got into, at least at the time. I haven't listened to them in quite some time now, but really cool band, Cold Rain. Okay, so that I'm now feeling more recovered. So let us just check. Oh, sorry, gotta check on something. Oh, okay, too many things going on at once. Anyway, yeah, let's move on. So that was a cool song, but next we've got up the oh, do we okay. So we have another one that was I was kind of on the fence about but put into the list. It is the opening for season 4 of Kanojo Okarishimasu, Rent a Girlfriend, Umitsuki by Claris. The fact that it took me this long to decide that I don't want to watch this show anymore is a little bit sad. Though I would argue season 3 I actually liked what happened there. This one was just garbage, and it didn't even get to the meme part, so I was like, what is the point? Why did I do this to myself? Um anyway, let's go. So I will start. Again, if you're following along, uh I can't play the music through the stream, so you'll have to click on the one of the playlists in the description. There's a Spotify one, there's a YouTube Music one. They're both exactly the same for the openings. Um, so you can click on one of those, and then I'm gonna count down every time I start up one of the new songs. So we're gonna start the next one, which is as I said, the Kanojo Karishimasu one, Umitsuki by Claris, in 3, 2, 1. Very good line. Na, 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 na. Took me a second to find the groove of it. Na, 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 na. The singing feels like classic Claris, but the arrangement feels like new Claris. Ooh, nice harmonizing. Ooh, key change. There are a lot of really nice instrumental things going on in this. And I feel like I get more out of it if I could like really deeply listen and pick everything out. But just on this listen, it's hard for me to. There's something about the way it's arranged that makes it hard to actually pick each individual line out. Okay, it's doing this. Some of these rhythms are also like unexpectedly complex. Da, 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 da. Which is not, I guess that's not a super hard rhythm, it's just a syncopation, but it goes longer than you expect it to. And then key change again for the pre-chorus. Oh, no. That's a fun little cutout right before the chorus. Having that little like piano jingle there. Yeah, there are a lot of like fun rhythms in this, like very interesting, very maybe not very, but more experimental than I was expecting it to be. Pretty standard bridge though. It doesn't sound much like what I'm used to Claris sounding like. For the bridge anyway. The rest of it, completely. Yeah. These rhythms, they're kind of tricky to figure out where they're landing on the beats. But then when you find it, it's super obvious. I don't know, it's something about the way the rhythms are coming in is throwing me off. Fun song, but maybe not. Okay, fun song, but I have like I don't know what it is. There's something about it that was making it hard to follow. Like the rhythms, trying to find where the vocal lines were falling on the beats, and then trying to pick out like I really couldn't pick out many of the individual parts, which like, you know, you're not necessarily supposed to be able to, but I don't know, I wouldn't say I pride myself on being able to do it, but like I tend to try and like pick parts out so I can think like, oh, like wow, that's a really cool way of writing that instrument, or like this part in a section is like it's standing out in a way that maybe you wouldn't notice if you're just listening to it as a whole, but when you can pick it out, it sounds really good. But something about this arrangement, I couldn't really pick any of the parts out specifically. I know it like some of the piano bits were like cool in there, but yeah, no, I don't know what it is. Something about it was just hard for me to follow. And I'm not saying that only because it's for a show that I just yeah. because there's lots of times where terrible shows have great songs, and then also vice versa, where great shows have not so great songs. So I don't know. Something about this one was just hard to follow. So fair that it's an honorable mention. I think a lot of it was cool. Like the rhythms, despite how hard to follow they were for my brain, I think were very interesting. Just not something that I would um not something I would utilize in the way that they maybe did. So let's leave it at that and move on to the next one, which is the opening for season 2 of Sono Biscudoru wa Koi o Suru, My Dress Up Darling, season 2. Uh, Ao to Kirameki by Spira Spika. Nada. I think it's that one. I might be thinking of season ones, but what was season ones was also Spira Spika, and they sounded kind of similar, but I can't remember now. So anyway, so let's just listen to it. So 3, 2, 1, next. I do like that it's just like full on right from the start. There's no need to like, yeah, they go straight into it without waiting. Full voice, full arrangement and everything. And now we're in the verse. Nice. What is this, like, twinkly descending synth? Ooh. Completely different sound. And now, instead of the synth, it's a fun little piano thing. And then... Okay, okay. I like the choir being doubled with the Glock? Is it a Glock? Something like a Glock. I swear this girl only ever makes like super happy music, because I clicked on her YouTube channel one time and every single song on there is she's just making the face that she's making like in this album artwork. Very singable melody too, despite how like it sounds like it's na, 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 na. I think it sounds harder than it is, this melody, because I don't consider myself much of a singer whatsoever. I do a little bit of backing vocals in my band, but that's about it. Ooh, okay. Very different vibe for this bridge. Very distant, very reverberant. Interesting. I don't really know how they transitioned in and out of that. Like, it didn't sound like there was much of a transition, it just changed. But very good. Good stuff there. High five. I do like the feel of the this like chorus section as in the voices, but they do feel a little bit intense for this song, which sounds weird because the song itself is already like super high energy and fun, but it's like it's not there's a different vibe. One sounds like crowd cheering, like sports crowd cheering, and the other one sounds like just like let's all be happy and have fun type of thing. So it's like very different between the two things, but it didn't not work. I just think what the voices were a little bit intense for what it was. Uh, Turn off the light now. It's bright enough outside. Maybe I should leave it on. But yeah, no. I think despite the fact that the season one opening is not coming to mind right this exact second, I think I preferred that one to this one. Something about this one, uh, I don't know. It's not bad. Obviously, it made the list, and it isn't even. It wasn't even an honorable mention type thing. It was very much like, oh, it's in the list. And I do like it. I think that there were a lot of cool elements to it, especially like a lot of the background elements with like little jingles and individual lines, like kind of like what I was saying was the problem with the one before, where I couldn't really hear all of the things that were going on. But in this one, you had little like jingly lines, little piano flourishes, and things that were the like Glock glockenspiel sounding instrument that it was doubling like the vocals, and just yeah, a lot of like very interesting little things in there. But yeah, I don't know, how did the first seasons even go? I can't remember it all now, but I do think I enjoyed it more, even though I can't remember it. So on that note of me trying to say that I do still like the song, let's move on to the next one, which is the opening for Food Court de Matasta, which was a fantastic show. Had no right being as good as it was for being what is a weird take on cute girls doing cute things, because not it was just a short, and it wasn't your standard type of cute girls doing cute things show. Especially because I forget their names now, but the black haired girl is just like so unhinged. What an unhinged character. Always just talking about random just the weirdest shit. Anyway, yeah, the opening is called Mikanse ni matataite. Mikanse ni matataite by Oishikuru Melon Pan. Also, the ending I know is in my endings list, but that is for a different reason. So anyway, let's get this one started in 3, 2, 1. Oh, also, oh, sorry, cutting myself off there. This one is an honorable mentions one. So I don't remember how it sounds. So countdown again. 3, 2, 1, play. Ooh, okay, I remember it now. It had a fun little dance that went with it. Interesting voice. It's not how I remember his voice sounding, which I thought it was lower. Not that it's bad, it just I don't remember this part of the song at all. Na, 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 na. Interesting that like some of the guitar parts that I'm hearing off to the left side right now are a little bit more like they're slow. It's basically just the drums that are going quickly right now. And then I guess now it's not the chorus anymore, but only the drums are really like moving it along. Everything else was pretty slow. Now we've got a fun bass line. Do, 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 do. Something about the bass line right now makes me think of a tuba, a tuba line. And now it's got slap. Ooh. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay, that was cool. I thought they were gonna go into the understated chorus. No, that's fun. Hmm. Interesting vibe. Like, not at all what the vibe of the rest of the song was. And now it's more similar to the chorus here. Ooh. Where are the vocals? That almost that just felt like he forgot to sing. Cool bass line. I think the bass line is the coolest part in this whole song. What a cool bassist. I really like this vocal line. I don't know what it is. Like this part specifically. Like when it happened at the beginning too, it's like something about it is very cool. Da, 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 da. It's not difficult or yeah, I don't know what about it. Like something about it is very cool, but also I have this image, not image, I guess the sound in my head that his voice was so much lower. Like yeah, I don't know what caused that because that clearly wasn't the case, but I don't know. But overall, cool song. Definitely honorable mentions territory. I don't think it did enough, enough cool stuff to be in the top, but I can see why I wanted it in the honorable mentions section. I don't have too much to say. I think I said most of what I wanted to while it was playing, so let's just move on right away to the opening for Mikado no Sanshimai wa Angai Choroi. 君にふさわしい奇跡 by 日曜日のメゾンで okay, it's this one. The Dealing with the Mikadono sisters is a breeze, I think was the English title. Very, very good opening song, and also the ending songs are very good. I put them all in my ending list as well. Also, just unexpectedly decent show as well, considering like I don't enjoy watching harem shows at all anymore. I've grown past that stage in my life where I liked it. So the fact that I enjoyed this show as much as I did, though I did hate the main character. I thought he sucked. But other than him, weirdly good show. So anyway, let's get on to it. So this is the opening for it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, the number of times I've listened to this full version though is a lot. Oh, and I didn't realize there's more in the artists section. I don't know who. Oh, Day and Kuji. Oh, because Nichiobi no Maison de is they're the ones that bring like they bring producers and singers together. So we've got Day and Kujira. Kujira's amazing. I don't know Day. Na 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 na. Oh, that's a fun build-in. And I love this chorus. The melody for the chorus is so good. Actually, I don't really know this part. And I do love that they changed the harmonies for it as well. So the second time it comes around, it sounds a little bit different. It just adds that a little bit of extra uh, intrigue, I guess, to the thing as a whole. Oh, Kujira always mixing the electronics and the organic sounds really well. Ooh, suddenly hip hop. Whoa, okay, really cool section there. Not the first time I've heard an Annie song do that in the second verse specifically, which is weird that it happened more than once. But yeah, like, oh, so cool. And now we've got a synth solo. And then halftime for this. As we build up. Oh. Oh, it sounded like it was gonna go for a key change. Very weird, interesting way of like doing that. Why did they go up for the key change and then cut back? Singing too high for me to attempt. Oh, and Kujira coming in. I love that Kujira are like they have a singer, but he's also just fine with producing for other people and has done so many times. And even on their own songs, a lot of times he won't sing on their tracks. They'll just get other singers. So yeah, wow, just very, very good stuff there. I am running out of adjectives to use. Everything is so good, guys. But yeah, no, Kujira, anything that Kujira produces, they're like, for me, they're like my new Vondi, where I used to like love everything that Vondi put out, and I still do think he's like an amazing producer, and because of his ability to write in so many different styles and then also sing and then rap himself. And then Kujira is similar. I don't know if Kujira's a band or if it's just one guy. I think it's a band. But whoever's like doing the production and stuff for them is always so incredible because you get stuff like this where there's like just a really good mix. I can't say anything specific about this one, to be honest. Like the mix, like it sounded good, but like I just don't think there was anything specific that I was that I was pulling out from it and going like, oh, this was really cool stuff there. It did have a nice bass line, but other than that, I don't really think there was anything specific pulling me in. But the vocal line, crazy, crazy stuff. Like a very catchy chorus vocal melody, but also I don't know anything past the initial like da 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 da, and like what it does after that is well, like doesn't stick in my head as much, but oh, just very catchy, a very catchy hook to that. Uh so anyway, yes, that is that song. And next we've got two more for summer 2025. So next up we've got the opening for Turkey. Oh, oh, do we not? Where's the image? Oh, what's going on? It's stuck. Don't hide the sidebar from me. Oh, there we go. Why did it do that? And now why are you sized wrong? Hang on a second. Why did everything change on me all of a sudden? Don't do that. Hold on. Why did everything go weird all of a sudden? What is this? There we go. Okay, I don't know what happened there. something got resized and wasn't changing for some reason. But anyway, so yes, we have the opening for Turkey, which was an honorable mention pick because I don't remember it. Which is Hyakunichiso by the Nagano Prefectural Ikokukan High School Bowling Club, which are just the voice actresses, all five of them. Which again, I didn't write down because that's too much work, and I also didn't feel like reading out the artist name in Japanese, so I only wrote down the English one. Um, yeah, Turkey. If you haven't watched it, I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it, but you know, go in blind. Don't read anything about it. It's about bowling. So, anyway, let's just give it a listen. So, 3, 2, 1. Cool artwork. Ooh, okay, nice arrangement. I like this guitar sound too. Doubling octaves. Ooh, not the chords I thought it was gonna play there. Ooh, they're really doing a lot with the guitar here, the lead guitar. Oh, are that two lead guitars or did they just double it? Interesting rhythms too. The way that it's falling on the beats, the I just that line goes a little longer than you expect it to. Na 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 na. Okay. I've definitely never listened to this one all the way through, but it's way more like rocky than I realized it was. I do like these kind of breakdowns too. Like this drumming almost it reminds me of like old school Boys Like Girls. This old punk, not punk. What's the word I'm thinking of? I mean that style of music. Like old school emo almost, but clearly not emo style lyrics or anything. This is a nice breakdown. I like this a lot. Just having the guitar and then some little like drum flourishes in there. This is also way more intense than I remember this song being, but it's not like it doesn't fit. It actually almost I think the vocals almost make it not fit given what the show becomes, which is bowling. It is a bowling show. I guess this kind of falls into what I was saying before, where you can be kind of experimental with the styles of music that you do when you're a cute girls doing cute things show. Although this is a very different type of cute girls doing cute things show than your standard slice of life type of thing. Okay, okay. Okay, so like I was saying earlier on when the song was playing, interesting, very interesting backing because it's almost like it gave me like some emo vibes, early mid 2000s emo vibes, except that the singing just was not that. I had to step back a few hours ago. How many songs are left? A lot. We're still in summer. There's one more summer after this, and then one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine fall songs. Uh, I mean, the VOD will still be up, assuming the mic is not picking up too much of the speakers to the point where YouTube decides that it doesn't want to show it. But anyway, yeah, back to Turkey. Like weird mix of idol style vocals with what felt to me like early 2000s emo inspired songs. And yeah, so just like weird mix that did work. It just felt way heavier than I was expecting it to. Uh yeah. Anyway, yeah, the VOD will be up, so if you want to check it out, because obviously I'm not expecting people to sit through all of this with me, especially since there's an interactive aspect to having to play the next songs at the same time as me. Anyway, so that was the Turkey opening. Would I think I'd leave that in honorable mentions more than put it in the actual list. And then the last song from Summer. Is this a summer thing? I guess it is technically. Yeah, I'll definitely give this a rewatch and know the mic can barely pick up the songs. Okay, good to know. Summer. Was this? Wait, was that Summer? Hang on a second. Let me double check something. I may have put a summer thing or a fall song where the summer things should have been. What I'm trying to search. When was this released? This was released in September 19th, 2025. I guess, yeah, that's technically summer. Summer season for Japan. Okay. So then I guess I can say it was the last song of the summer season, for anime anyway, and the last one for summer 2025 is the opening for the Chainsaw Man movie, the Reze arc. Why are you not updating? What are you doing? Window. Where is the window? Hang on a second. That's not the image that we want. Oops, that's not what we want either. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that wasn't updating. Something's going weird with that section. Yeah, I actually have only listened to this song maybe a couple of times. Once when I went to see the movie, and then a couple times after, just when it showed up in my playlist. So I don't remember super well how this song goes, actually, which is a weird thing to admit because I think the whole world knows how this song goes. But anyway, yeah, let's get to it. 3, 2, 1. Very cool mix. Ooh. Ooh, the piano tickling the keys. Also, unrelated, but Yonezu Kenshi looks way different than I thought he did based on his voice. I don't think I had ever actually, like, I'd probably seen him before, but, like, I saw an interview with him, and he was just, like, not at all what I thought he looked like. Nah. Okay, no. Now I know this part, because I've seen way too many clips. I swear I've listened to the song at least 100 times. Yeah, I think most people have. I think I'm the exception that has only heard it all the way through like 2 or 3 times, and then mostly just heard it in the clips of everyone's rendition of the Reze dance. Oh, so cool though. Very ragtimey piano and industrial pots and pans drumming. Okay, very, very cool song, and it's gonna make it hard to pick my favorite of the season because there were so many good ones before this. Ooh, okay, okay. Ooh, listen to that piano line. Crazy. Hmm. Uh, nah, nah. I couldn't even describe what this style of music is because the piano is throwing it off. It's like oh, just a long tail at the end of this song. Okay. Yeah, okay. That is one like I've heard enough to remember it after it started. The very beginning I didn't really remember, but as soon as it got to the chorus bit, he's so talented as an illustrator and musician, isn't even funny. Is he an illustrator? I didn't know that. I don't know much about Yonezu Kenshi, to be honest. Have I think he like I've always thought like he's a great artist, like musically, but I like was never super into his music. Uh I just think it's generally good, but yeah, every once in a while, at least from my perspective, he'll come out with a banger like this. And then there were so many songs that he did this year, all in the span of like a short time too, because he did this, and then obviously he did the ending to Jane Doe with Utada Hikaru, and then uh my personal favorite that he did in the summer was the ending for 5 centimeters per second, the live action. He does some of his album covers, like the show's opening cover art. Oh, that's cool. I was not aware. But yeah, he did. Yeah, he like my personal favorite was the 5 centimeters per second ending song 1991 that he did. And just the fact that it came out at the same time is kind of funny because everyone was just talking about all of his songs, at least here in Japan. But yeah, um, but yeah, no, I like if I had to class it, I don't even know what I would class that in, like as a genre of music for this track because the piano was super ragtimey, but didn't have that honky tonk sound to it. But then also none of the rest of it was ragtime clearly. So what would I even call it? I guess it's just pop. I still need to watch that live action. It's still in theaters in Japan. It's like I mean, I think Chainsaw Man is also still in theaters over here, so it's gonna be a while before it makes it over to the West, if it even does. So you'll be waiting for a bit. Uh, but yeah, like what am I trying to say? There's a lot to say about it, but my brain is starting to get fried after being on stream for this long talking about all these songs. So, uh, definitely deserves to be here and is probably one of my top contenders. Now, what is it up against that I'm having trouble deciding is the other thing because right now I think uh if I had to think about which ones I think are my top favorites. Oh, wait, no. Oh, there's so many. Silent Witch had a great one. Amito Kimito is not my favorite, but so Silent maybe it's up against Silent Witches. It's up against Kaoru Hana wa Rinto Saku's, up against Cities, up against Nuri no Hoseki's. Oh, um, okay. I need a second to think about this. Chainsaw, yeah, Iris Out is like deservedly well praised. I think there's a lot of times where songs get super popular that I think they deserve to be popular, but maybe the hype gets overblown. One example I would say, you know, like City was so good, the opening. Oh yeah, I know. Uh I think again I mentioned it probably before you came back. Uh, City's opening I think was my most listened to song of the year. If not the song, then the artist at least, Huri Riho. That like I only discovered her when that show started airing, and she became my most listened to artist. So that was thank you to that show for introducing me to her. But yeah, okay, it's definitely coming down to City, Nuri no Hoseki, and Chainsaw Man. And am I picking my favorite, or am I picking what I think is the best song? Not, I can't say objectively, but most interesting. I'm gonna highlight two actually. I'm gonna highlight. I think City wins for my favorite. Iris Out wins for being the most interesting song. Yeah, we're gonna leave it like that for now before I try and pick my favorite of the year, because or not my favorite of the year, but what I subjectively think is the best of the year, which kind of makes it fall under my favorite in a way. But anyway, so we are finished the summer ones. So now we can move on to the final season, which is there are significantly less songs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, so not a lot at all. And actually, only 4 of them I considered to be not honorable mention status. So only 4 of them are good, while the rest are kind of like, yeah. So let's see. Anyway, the first one for fall of 2025 that I have listed here is the opening for Fumetsu no Anata e Season 3, Fumetsu no Anata by Perfume. Perfume. I thought they were on hiatus. Or maybe they came back now? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So let's just get to it. This is the first time, the first new song, I guess, for Fumetsu no Natae, because season 1 and 2 were both Pink Blood, which I loved and preferred to this song, but this one is still good. So let's go with this in 3, 2, 1. Perfume has such a distinct style too. I don't know what it is, but every time a Perfume song comes on, within the first like 5 seconds, I know who it is. Hmm, heavy drums, but it works really well with this. Oh, interesting chord progression. Oh, what is these? There's some weird stuff going on with the harmonies. Like, it's not what I expected. What is happening with these harmonies? It's so weird. That entire chord progression was not what I was expecting it to be. It's the first time I've listened to them, but so far I'm enjoying it. Yeah, you should check out some of their other stuff. It's not all bangers from them, but like a lot of it is very like recognizable. It's this sort of like, I don't know how to describe it. Electro pop. Oh, and now a sax. Ooh, okay, let's go. Sax just out of nowhere too. Cool drum fill there. Mmm. The sax does feel a little too at the forefront. They should have added a bit more reverb to it. Okay, kind of short song, yeah, 2.5 minutes only. Uh, okay. I don't really have any complaints except for that sax feeling a little bit too at the forefront, considering like their voices were also heavily reverbed. So it just felt a little bit not quite in the same mix. But yeah, no, I think that's the first time I've heard that full version of the song because it only came out just like I don't know, a week or two ago. Oh, those synth keys and sax combo are nice. Yeah, they're really nice. I just kind of wish that they had done the mixing a little bit different, but overall, still very, very good. And like, uh, yeah, I'm trying to think what it is about their style that makes it so recognizable. Because again, like, no matter what, even when I've got my phone in my pocket or whatever, and I'm walking, and like one of their songs comes on, and I'm not super super familiar with all of their songs. So when it comes on, I'm immediately like, it's Perfume, and then I check, and like, there it is, it's Perfume. It's like, what is it about the style of music that they do that's always similar to this, but not exactly like this? I'm not sure what it is, but either way, always sounds very good. Very cool mix of electronics with their not even idol style vocals. They sing in unison all the time, but it's never like idol, I guess. Could it be their vocalist? I don't think it's the vocalist. I think it's the sound of whoever's producing their music. They must have like a production supervisor for a lot of their songs because I think there's a certain style where even if it doesn't sound the same, there's something distinct about the way that it sounds. The vocals, obviously, because the three of them have been in this group for forever. Honestly, Perfume's such an old group now. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure, but I like it, and if this is your first time, or since it is your first time hearing them, I would recommend checking out some of their other stuff because I wouldn't even say this is my favorite song by them. I think off the top of my head, I'm forgetting all the titles of the songs right now. I know one of the first ones that I heard that I liked, I think it's just called Electropop, but I'm not sure. I'd have to double check that. But anyway, let's leave it at that for my thoughts on the song. Very good. Next, we've got one of the honorable mention type songs from Yano-kun no Futsu no Hibi, Pop Life by Fantastics. Now, I don't remember this one at all. I will give them a listen. Okay, yeah, do that. Uh, yeah, I don't remember this song at all because I didn't watch Yano-kun. I watched the first episode and honestly thought it was kind of boring. So like and like I'm the type of person that this kind of show is made for. I love slice of life, romance, comedy type stuff, but I don't know, something about the characters, I didn't really like them. At least from the first episode. Maybe they get better. Maybe I should give it another chance, but for the time being, didn't really like Yano or the main girl. So anyway, let's get to it because clearly the song left an impression on me. In three, two, one. Ooh, okay, this is fun. These MIDI horns somehow work really well, despite the fact that they're MIDI horns. Is it just piano that's filling out the texture? It feels quite full, and now there's a bass in there. I guess the guitar's there too. Right? Ooh, okay. There's nothing complex about this, but it's really fun to listen to. Dun, dun. Okay, that's nice. I like those. Those little stabs. this trend, this trap trend, hasn't been as common this year as it has in past years. But I do think it's funny when regular pop songs include a little like trap section. Da, 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 da. It's interesting that when they fill out the texture this much with all these different sounds, you can't even tell that the MIDI horns are MIDI. I mean, like, you can, but not to the extent that you would think you would. Like, it doesn't stand out too much. And even when it was just the MIDI horns kind of like fending for themselves in the beginning section, they still sounded good. Like, even here. Maybe because they're being doubled by the guitar. I do also love that guitar. Fun melody, too. They blend well, surprise. Yeah. Yeah. And horns are usually one of the MIDI style instruments that don't blend well with anything. They stand out really badly most of the time. Ooh, okay. Wow. Yeah, that was unexpectedly good. I mean, like, it was in my picks, but because I had it listed as an honorable mention pick, that I think I was not expecting that much out of it, but that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I like that. I like the stabs in the chorus where they're going, or maybe it was the post chorus, but either way, the sort of da 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 ba ba. I gave it a sort of what's the word I'm thinking of? I'm blanking on the words right now, but it gave it a sort of vibe, like old timey vibe almost, like da 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 la 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 da, and yeah, no, I really like that, and like I said, basically that whole time, those horns were surprisingly not too. They didn't sound that bad, despite the fact that they were MIDI. Like every time I think bad MIDI, my first thought is always to go back to Dragon Quest 11's soundtrack. Like really good music, but oof, that the MIDI that they used, which is why I was so annoyed that when the Switch version came out, they were like, okay, we'll add orchestra to this one. But yeah, no, that one, I think definitely the back and forth is simple but fun to listen to. Yeah. I think that's the thing. It's like these things don't have to be complex. I get drawn towards a lot of complex songs and like usually give them more praise in these kinds of top song list things that I do. But the ones that are not that in what's the word? The ones that are not that complex are also just as good. Like some of my top picks from seasons in the past have been just simple songs that sound good. But yeah, so I think this one deserves to be promoted to top list pick more than an honorable mention pick. And maybe I only put it where I did because I didn't remember it too well. Either way, doesn't matter. Let's move on to the next one, which is the opening for part 2 of Umusume Cinderella Grey, Spato Syndroma by 10 Feet, Spurt Syndromer. This is also an honorable mention one, I think, because I didn't enjoy it as much as the first opening. But then the first opening kind of let me down a little bit. It wasn't that like it was still a good song, but it didn't hold up as well against a lot of the other songs as I would have hoped it would. So let's see how this one does though. So I'm gonna start it in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, okay. Nice heavy drum hits there. I'm liking all the sound effects in the back too. And then an interesting key change there. I don't think it was necessary. I think it would have sounded better if they'd stuck to what they were doing. It also feels like way less heavy than that opening implied the rest of the song would be. The style of singing. Okay. Decently cool chorus. Na, 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 na. I like that I can hear the piano in the mix of this. Because this isn't this. Oh. Yeah, yeah. More of a 2000s rock sound, but it's like completely different. It isn't the cleanest mix, but I am able to pick pretty much every single instrument out in it, which is nice. I do like the piano in this. Just the fact that you can hear it over the rest of the instruments, which is not something that happens a lot in a lot of rock music, even a lot of pop music. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What are these rhythms? Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's especially definitely the chorus. Like, I feel like he wants to go more all out with his vocals, but they just didn't write that for the chorus or something. Like, this part is all fine. Oh, are they gonna do another chorus thing? Or is this it? Oh, this is a weird mix. I don't know how I feel about this. This is such a major section for like those shouts in the background. Okay. Yeah, I think this one would probably be an honorable mention song. Uh I can see why I enjoy the first one so much more, even though it was a bit of a disappointment, whereas this one was about the level that I expected. But that's probably because this one I already felt like it was. This had second opening vibes to it, where it couldn't live up to what the first one did. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I think it just went in too many different directions than I was expecting it to. And then like George mentioned, it wasn't as intense as it felt like they wanted it to be, which is weird because when they're the ones making the song, they should be able to go as intense as they want as long as it fits within the time constraints of whatever they need to do. So in anime's case, make a 90-second version work. Um yeah, I don't know, kind of weird. Probably, I mean, I guess this is only the third song from fall 2025 we're listening to, so of the three, I think it's the weakest one, but that's not to say it's bad, just not the best song we've heard. So let's move on to the next opening, which is the opening from Toa no Yugure, Platform by Uru. What a disappointment of a show this was, though. Holy. strong opening, and then just not that for the rest of the show. uh, do I remember this song? I think this song reminded me of a Fauna song. So anyway, I'll talk while it's going. So in three, two, one. Yeah, such like so fauna coded. I do love this vocal effect. Makes me feel nostalgic. Interesting. This isn't like the style of music that I associate Uru with in my head. Okay, this part maybe a little more so, but the verse definitely sounds like a different style of music than I'm used to hearing from her. Oh, I really like this hook. Probably more than the rest of the song, actually. Just that simple piano. Dun, 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 dun. This would be perfect for early 2010s June Maida work. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it. Although, I don't think Maida June would ever let anyone other than himself write the music for his kind of a show. Oh, okay. Interesting key change. This part definitely sounds a lot more like Maida June, though. Giving me those Leah vibes. Toki no uta, or Tori no uta. Hmm. So I think I like the effects in this song a lot more. Like the effects and the hooks more than the song as a whole itself. Cause like I love this vocal effect. I don't know what it is though. Uru almost sounds like she's not that into singing this song though. If that makes sense. I don't know what there's like, not that she's bored, but she's not giving it 100%. And maybe she's not, because this isn't super difficult, I think. That nostalgia mention, I'm liking much of this song. Yeah! Oh, this is so fauna-coded, though. Those piano chords. Okay. Well, I don't have a lot of comments on the song because I feel like there weren't that many elements going on to comment on. Like I said, like the piano. I really like the piano hook, and then that vocal, that was really cool. The going through the filter and everything, but otherwise, kind of like a plain, like you mentioned, sort of early 2010s Maida June style song, which is not a bad thing, but this one definitely would be an honorable mention, as opposed to like a full-on top song of the year list. But still a good song, just not one that I think could really beat any of the other ones, at least not in this decade. So let's move on from this one and go to the next opening, which is not on the honorable mentions section. It is just one that is here. And it is the opening for Watashi o tabetai hito de nashi. This monster wants to eat me. which is Nie by Yoshino. Straight into my playlist. Hey, if you like it, like all more power to you. I'm just glad that people are not bashing on my tastes here because I mean they it made my list, so that is already a good thing. But anyway, yeah, so let's get on to this one. Nie by Yoshino in three, two, one. Ooh, this sounds a little bit different than the anime version. Or maybe it's just this part of the song doesn't. Ooh, okay. Listen to that. Ooh, okay, that line. Crazy. Very high bass. I guess you've got the piano doing the actual bass. Oh, and now the bass dropped down. Ooh. Interesting vibes. It's got like, it almost has like a Latin ballroom style vibe to it. Very fun section. Yeah. And now we've got the slap bass going. Ooh. Very interesting, like stylistically, the way that they cut out and change the vibe. It very much feels like a song from this show, though. I'm glad that it feels like that. And every element in this seems to fit, even though there are quite a bit of, like, not... things that wouldn't normally mesh together, specifically the Latin ballroom style mixing with that guitar solo. And this heavy drum beat, too. Or not beat, but the kick. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot. Holy, this is great. Ooh. They really know when to cut in and out with certain instruments. Okay. Very, very cool. Like, I I guess I hadn't. That's probably the first time I've listened to that all the way through. And then again, like I mentioned way earlier in the stream, I am an opening and ending skipper. So, uh, usually I'll listen to these. Maybe the first. I'll watch the first like maybe two, three times at most, and then skip through the rest. Especially when it's a song I like, I actually tend to skip. Um, just because I want to be able to listen to it a little more blindly when I do this kind of thing. And yeah, it's just really cool. Not what I was expecting at all from what I remembered of the song, which was not very much, but still. The use of the piano in their manner is a highlight for me. Yeah, yeah, like very Latin inspired piano line, just with the doubling, and then also having the strings double the piano too is a really cool effect. I don't think I've ever tried that before. Not at that speed anyway. Because yeah, it's just not something that would have crossed my mind. But very cool, very Latin inspired song that is clearly not a Latin style song, if that makes any sense. Just yeah, Very, very interesting. Very cool stuff there. Um, so let's move on while I am still thinking properly. So the next opening that we've got is the opening from Kao ni denai Kashiwara-san to Kao ni deru Ota-kun. Something like expressionless Kashiwara and expressive Ota, I think was the name of the show in English. And then it's Hyakumen Soul by Hashimero. So this is the second time Hashimero is coming up. The first time was for the Witch Watch second opening. Yeah, let's just get to it. Also, this show is amazing. In 3, 2, 1. Again, not the type of opening you would expect looking at the artwork for the show or even knowing what the show is about. Oh, fun little water drop effect there. Building in layer by layer. Oh, what were those rhythms? Was it briefly in 3/4, or did they just utilize that emphasis? Mm. That was a nice chorus effect on her voice too, having it double. Ooh, fun little effect in the background there. Very, very different vibe for this breakdown. And then key change, but subtle. Oh, and a second key change. Bassist going off. Yeah, they did second opening for Witch Watch. Easy to tell. Whoa. Okay, well, it's already showing what the next song is, but I'll just leave that like that. Wow, yeah. I mean, I feel like the style is so similar to what the opening for Witch Watch was that I don't have a ton of extra stuff to say about that song. It's very, very similar, as you also clearly noticed, and not that that's bad or that the song itself is bad. It's one of the ones that I didn't consider an honorable mention and just put it in right away. But weird how I don't know that it necessarily fit the style of the show that much. Uh, but it's on its own, just like a really, really good song. I'll have to check the musician out. I enjoyed both. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good song, and so is the other. Like I said earlier, that I think I prefer the second Witch Watch opening to the first one. Uh, but yeah, basically what I said about that one kind of applies here in terms of musicality. So I'm not gonna say any more than that. Just because I don't think I have too much more to say. So let's just move on to the next one. It is on screen right now, so I might as well just show the artwork. Where am I looking? It is the opening for Egao no Tainai Shokuba desu, which is I don't know what was that called in English. I don't think I ever saw what it was called in English, so I'm just gonna leave it as that. Uh, Zettai Shou-san by Honeyworks featuring featuring Hakoniwa Riri. Hakoniwa Riri. Um, I don't remember how this sounds, but this is another cute girls doing cute things show, sort of, where the music was just very, very good. So let's try this in three, two, one. Oh, key change right away. Crazy. Okay. But very Honeyworks-esque. I don't know what to say. It sounds so Honeyworks, though. Yeah, I mean, nothing will ever top Honeyworks' I don't mind, it sounds always so joyful, it makes me smile, not the rip. Yeah, I mean, this was an honorable mentions pick that I have in here. But I like the aesthetic of a Honeyworks song, I always like. But nothing will ever top, the Aoharaido opening. Which the name of it is escaping me right now because I'm trying to focus on this. And it's just, there are a lot of layers going on. Nice horn line. Sekai wa koi ni ochiteiru. That's the name of the other one that I was thinking of. I do like that transition though, where the vocal line just kind of switches into that. Na 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 na. The drums are interestingly intense for the vibe of the song. Which they have scaled back by making it quieter in the mix, but possibly a little too intense during that chorus section. Nice bass line. Understated chorus. Are we gonna get a key change for the final chorus as well? Nope. Okay. Like that meme of that drummer mascot out of school. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I forgot what that thing's name is, but I know what you're talking about. And another instance of MIDI horns not sounding that bad, honestly. Maybe that's the thing with pop songs now. Because, I mean, I guess it'd be super expensive to hire a whole horn section just to do these kinds of things. But, yeah, that's fun. Super Honeyworks coded aesthetic. Uh, I do. What do I even say about it? I don't think there's too much for me to say. Um, yeah, I mean, like, the aesthetic is fun. I think it's fairly simple, if not chaotic. Um, Organized chaos, I guess, is a good way of putting it, though not in the same way that whatever that previous song I was listening to earlier was, because that one was actually chaotic, where they were somehow managing to organize it. But this one, um, yeah, there was a lot of good stuff in there. Again, the horns didn't. I didn't even really notice they were MIDI until the end. Um, and then the intense drums did actually work. It was like as intense as they were for the chorus and maybe a little too intense, they were actually working quite well in the mix, probably just because they pushed them down so that they weren't at the forefront. Uh and then it did have a cool bass line and things like that. The vocal line was kind of whatever. I didn't think it was too interesting, but I also don't know who Hakoniwariri is. So maybe that wasn't her best work. Not that her vocals were bad, it was just the line itself was not super interesting. I don't know. I don't have too many thoughts on that song as a whole. It definitely is an honorable mention song. So yeah, just kind of standard anime pop sounding music. So anyway, we're down to the last two. So the next one is the opening for Chitose-kun wa ramune bin no naka. Chitose is in the ramune bottle. And the song is Raya, Liar by Cucci. Cucci, spelled kind of Italian-ish almost. So I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I hope it's not Italian because that means something very different in Italian than it does in Japanese. So yeah, let's get on with it. In 3, 2, 1. Ooh, okay. Na 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 na. This makes me think of like early Avril Lavigne almost, which is not an aesthetic I dislike, just not one I was expecting. Oh, key change? Interesting. Chugga 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 chugga. I like this bit. Japanese Avril Lavigne. Na, na, na. Yeah, the very opening line, like this chorus line, wouldn't imply that it would sound the way that it does, but it doesn't sound bad. Again, it just makes me think of early 2000s Avril Lavigne. I really like that line too. That da 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 da. Interesting how they changed keys back. I didn't notice it, but I did. Ooh, okay. They're adding in a lot of layers here. There's like so many things going on at this point. And it's all working together. It's just, oh, there's like so many things. Ooh. You can always get me with a good understated chorus. I really like that. I don't know what it is about that. I think it just goes on like 1 or 2 longer than I'm expecting it to. Oh, that was the end. Oh, it ended. Ah. Okay. Wow. Okay. That was also one that I had in my what do you call it in honorable mentions, but I think that one I would actually put that in one of the top songs. I don't think it would beat some of the other top songs, but it definitely is better than an honorable mention, I think. That section was awesome. I'm definitely adding this to a playlist ASAP. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of knew how it sounded just because I think I've probably seen this one's opening a few more times than some of the other shows openings in this list, mainly because I think the animation for the opening is really good and the ending too. Um and Also because it went on hiatus that one time, so I had to rewatch it again just to refresh my memory. But yeah, it was like way more is intense the right word? Heavy? Those both don't seem like the right words, but it had a more punky sort of aesthetic than I was expecting it to, given how that opening line goes. Because it definitely, I mean, you could kind of hear how it might go punky from that opening line, but not as much as it did. And then in the second verse too, just having that craziness where like they were definitely like adding layers slowly from the beginning, but then in the second verse it was like here's a layer, here's a like quickly adding them in until they were all kind of just like blasting you from all sides. It's like whoa, 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 whoa. Like you can hear each one going at the same time, and it's a very cool way of I guess adding those things in. I don't really know how they managed to do it without it getting overwhelming. Probably just good mixing, I'm assuming, but yeah, no, it sounded really good. I like that aesthetic. I was never like the hugest Avril Lavigne fan, but I mean, I liked that sound, so I mean, yeah, power to them. So anyway, let's move on to the last song of fall 2025 that I put in my list, and the last of the year for 2025, at least in terms of openings. And that is the opening for One Dance. Stare in Wonder by Be First. How does this one go again? I'm kind of forgetting. I just know that the actual opening sequence was boring for what should have been really cool in a dance show. Anyway, let's see this in 3, 2, 1. It went on hiatus again for spring. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Ooh, that's fun. Hmm. Ooh. Modern J-pop, K-pop inspired J-pop. That's a fun hook. And that was a good transition using the hook. Because that's one thing I've noticed about a lot of these songs is that they're not really utilizing the hooks in the ways that they could to their full extent. Like this one, that was really smart use of the hook. And they're changing the instruments for the hook every time. Na, 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 na. Hard for me to like say anything about it musically because it's mostly just vocals and like really simple bass to support things. I mean, obviously the focus is on the vocals. It is an idol, like a male idol group, and this is how they sound nowadays. So I do love this synth effect though, the FM synth. Ah, just their use of the hook though. I think that gives this song so many points. Na, 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 na. Okay, and that. Why did this come up? That should not be there. Okay. Oh, I think it just had autoplay on after the playlist ended. Okay. Well, that was. I mean, okay, that was good. That was one of the songs that I put on, not as an honorable mention. That was very much just in there as a good song, one of the top ones. And I still agree. I feel mixed on the song because I love the production in certain segments from the vocals, but others I feel little for. Fair enough. I mean, like I am not the biggest proponent. I liked it, but I want more if that makes sense. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I'm like I am not the biggest listener of like idol style music, and this is what modern male idol music kind of sounds like. It's very K-pop inspired. Um and like I don't know. I don't listen to it much, if at all, on my own choosing. A lot of times when I hear it, it's either in like a store or something, or when it just comes up in my playlist and I can't be bothered to change it. But I think there's a lot of strong things about this style of music, especially from a production standpoint, because I mean, contrastingly enough, with so little production on the in terms of like things to support the vocals, um it really makes what production they do have stand out that much more, because like say in the verses, we mostly just had like each of the singers, going through their lines, but then you have just some like basic drums and like really simple synth pads, like maybe a bass synth and like a synth pad just kind of supporting underneath, while the drums are like pushing it along. But mostly you're just listening to how they've done all the work on the vocals and just made everything sort of stand out clearly in its own way. I do still think that it had the strongest use of a hook out of any song that we've heard today, which is crazy because I mean, I guess idol songs are like this type of idol music is what they're going to try and utilize hooks for, because they want the audiences to get pulled in that sort of way. Whereas the other ones, they're like, well, it's just a song, and we're gonna have the hook at the very beginning, and then after each chorus, or maybe just before each chorus, something like that. Whereas this one, they did kind of do that, but they used it to transition things and then change the way that it sounded. So I think the whistling one was only at the very, very beginning, and then they had the strings ones, the plucked strings, and then uh, obviously they had some of the singers singing lines to the hook melody, which was also a very good use of it. So, um, yeah. But again, I don't like this is like my advocacy, I guess, of the song. If you don't feel the same, that's whatever. It's fine. This whole list is personal, and someone earlier had mentioned some other songs they thought I should listen to that I think I had only heard two of from the things they mentioned. But yeah, I think that song, yeah, definitely deserved to be where it is. And so now let's see. Of the fall songs, what do I think was the best? So which ones do I think were not just honorable mentions? So Fumetsu no Natae, we changed Yano-kun's. I could see it growing on me with more listens. For sure, yeah. Sometimes that happens too. Like there's been songs in the past where I put it in honorable mentions or didn't even consider it in my lists, and then over time it ended up overtaking what I chose as the top song. And I regretted not putting that in the video, but it's all based on when you hear it, right, and what you're used to. So let me see. So Fumetsu no Nata, the Perfume song, Yano-kun's we put as a top pick. The Udu one, I think I didn't change. Nie, watashi o tabetai hito de nashi, kao ni denai Kashiwara-san, and One Dance. Hmm. I mean, fall was not the strongest season for shows, and then just looking at the music, I think it was also not the strongest. Oh, and Chitose-kun, of course, the Avril Lavigne song. Um, hmm. None of these were super strong contenders, I feel like. They're all good songs, but which one did I like the most? Na 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 na. No, that's the ending for Chitose-kun. Which one? I don't know. And I'm already forgetting what comments I made about them. Oh, not focused on me. There we go. What did I like the most? I don't think it's going to be the Kashiwara-san one, just because it was so similar to the Witch Watch one. Um, and I feel like I didn't have too much to say about it because of that. Um, Yano-kun's. I don't remember. I already forgot it, but I know that it was really good, and we upgraded it to a top pick. So, ooh, here, wait. I'm just gonna go back to it for a second, just so I can hear it one more time. Yano-kun, 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 Yano-kun's. What was Yano-kun's called? It was Pop Life. Oh, okay. That one might actually be it because I was thinking between that if it ended up being as good as I remembered and Fumetsu no Anata by Perfume. The Chitose-kun one was also very good. The Avril Lavigne style one. You know what? I think I'm gonna give it to this one because even though I couldn't remember it in that moment, I think it deserves that win. So anyway, maybe I should type out what my top picks for each season were before I go on and try and pick the top one of the year. So let me get this typed out. I will make another text box. Actually, before that, I am gonna go to the bathroom and think about it a little more. So let me do that, and I will come back and try and decide. It's a close call for me with the Japanese Avril Lavigne. Okay, and we're back. So let me make a new text thing. Copy and paste. Oh, duplicate. And let me just make sure this is all doing what I want it to. Oh, I need my references. So orb. Winter was orb, spring was... winter. Oh, what's going on there? Hold on, sorry. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. Okay. Let me see. So, just reiterating what I did before. Ooh. So, winter. We had... the winner was Kaiju by Sakanaction from Orb. For spring, we had... what is it called? Summertime Ghost. Romance. Summer. What was summer again? Summer was city. Oh no, summer had two. Oh. Well, I'll just put them both down. Summer. Hello. From city. And Iris out from Salman. And then fall. Fall was Yano-kun's Pop Life from Yano-kun. Crazy because I didn't even watch that show. Yano-kun no Futsu no Hibi. Let's just make this smaller, make it a little smaller. Can I do that here? It's not. Doesn't look like it's gonna let me do that there. Ah, there we go. Ah, that's better. Okay, now at least it's not completely fighting with my head. Okay. Sorry, that took a while. Yeah, so those are the top picks of the seasons right now. So we've got Kaiju from Orb by Sakanaction. For winter, we've got Summertime Ghost, which is spring's Kowloon generic romance opening. We have Hello from City and Iris Out from Chainsaw Man, the movie, and Pop Life from Yano-kun no Futsu no Hibi. And now trying to decide which one is my top pick of the year. That's anxiously waiting for the winner of this. Yeah. Uh I mean, I think if I'm being totally honest, it's down to 3 of these 5, which are Kaiju, Hello, and Iris Out. Um Again, Hello is probably the song that I listened to the most last year. Kaiju is the song I think I sung the most and then also did a whole video on its own. Or not on its own, but I did it and I did the other song. Personally, I would give it to City. My biases. Totally fair bias. I love Hello. But Iris Out, just listening to it now was like, it was a lot better than I remembered it being. And there were so many cool elements to it. It's tough because Hello, like Cities I is my favorite, I think. With Orb being the second favorite, and then Chainsaw Man's being, I don't even know if Chainsaw Man is my third on the whole list, but at least out of this list up here, it is the third favorite. But Chainsaw Man's also does the most interesting stuff, I think. And I think of these 3, Cities actually does the least, so it's like a they're all kind of tied because Kaiju's kind of in the middle for both of those rankings, and then Cities is at the top for my favorite, and Iris Out is at the top for I think the most intrigue. Hmm. What should I do? You know what? Maybe I should just give it 2 different things. Two different. Should I do that? That seems like a cop out. I'd roll a dice, do a coin flip or something for. You know what? Maybe we should. Maybe we should because that. Yeah. So let me just pull up a picker wheel. Now, you know what? I think I know what I'm going with. Why does it keep saying I need to save the changes? Can I change just the color of one? Is the question. Or does it have to change? Oh, no, it has to change the whole thing. Let me do one thing here. Duplicate. I'm gonna hide that for a second. Oh, I forgot about my camera. Oops. Oops, I forgot about all of this. So... Also, let me hide this guy again. So, I think I've come to a decision on what my top is. I just need to find it again. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, we've got that, and we've got... Okay, so, after all that deliberation, and mostly actually just me trying to figure out how to get it to show up on stream properly, I think I've made my decision as to my top pick of the year. So, again, these all are pretty deserving, I think. You could make an argument for any of them, and even you could make an argument for the ones that I didn't put in these top in this top list up here, and even things that weren't in my list at all. I think you could make arguments for. That's perfectly fine. This is obviously a personal list where I'm making these decisions, but I think what wins out in the end over everything after my deliberation over Kaiju, Hello, and Iris Out, I think the winner should be Hello by Furuiho from City the Animation. I think just the fact that I listened to it so much and it never really got old for me, and there's just a lot of elements to the song that make it just such an amazing song as well. I'm gonna play it while I talk because I think there are too many elements to the song. Yeah, I mean, I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some influence from chat being you, but at the same time, again, this was my most listened to song of the year, so I think it's fair to say that it probably is my top pick anyway. As good as Iris Out is, and it certainly is, I think just the fact that it didn't really make that connection with me, or I didn't make that connection with the song right away, kind of speaks volumes to the fact that even though it is like an amazing song, this one just like I still listen to this regularly, and it made her like one of my favorite artists of the year of all time, because I'm gonna keep listening to her, and this isn't even my favorite song by her now that I've heard more of her stuff. So yeah. And then Orbs Kaiju, I think it put up a fair fight, and I think I can see pretty much anyone else making an argument for Orb, or not Orb itself, but Kaiju. And yeah, I think that would be completely fair to be a top pick as well, like the best of the year. But definitely I think it was this one for me personally. So with all that said, that is the my list of the top openings from 2025. If you followed along, let me know. I guess this is going to be a VOD on YouTube after this, so if you didn't say it in the chat now, then tell me down below in the comments what you thought the top pick or the top song of the year was in terms of openings. I am going to be doing the endings video tomorrow, probably roughly the same time, maybe slightly earlier, just because I've already got this whole stream set up and ready to go for the endings video, so that one should be easier to get going. And then also I imagine it'll be a lot shorter, or maybe not a lot shorter, it's 40 tracks. I enjoyed my time here. I'll see you around. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. Hopefully you got some new songs to listen to as well, and then some new artists, because I think that's the most important thing to take out of these videos, is to find a new artist to listen to, some new music, and just enjoy it, you know. Share it with your friends, do whatever. But yeah, so tomorrow, probably roughly the same starting time, if not earlier, for the endings video. And then the day after that, assuming I can get everything working again, I'll be doing a tier list video for my top shows of the year. And then maybe I'll also show like my YouTube Wrapped and stuff, if that still exists. But yeah, thank you guys for dropping in. Again, let me know down in the comments on YouTube what you thought the top opening song of the year was, and what you think I missed, because there was a chatter who mentioned what they thought I missed, and fair to them, I probably could give more music a listen, so, and I'm always happy to. So thanks again for dropping in, and I'll see you guys around. Bye.